I'm a professor at the University of Macedonia in Thessaloniki, Greece. I'm a visiting scholar here in Athens, in the Department of Political Science and Public Administration, together with my friend Manuela Dusi, who will be working together on quite a lot of things, I hope. So it's a true pleasure to welcome you here, despite everything, I would say, as the director, because I'm also the director of the Center for Research on Democracy and Law. It's a research center at the University of Macedonia. So this third biannual conference of our center, which is organized with the research center headed by Manuela Dusi, my colleague. The is titled One World, Many Crises. There's lots of crises in Athens right now, just saying. Politics, law, and beyond. And it is also, I have to mention, coordinized with a cost action, a 4-year EU-funded action of the international organization cost that you might have heard of. Its title is Global Atrocity, Justice, Constellations. Global Atrocity. Okay. And, of course, the Institute of European Integration and Policy of the National Kapodistrian University of Athens. Manuela Dusi is the head, and she will be So, over the next 2 days, we hope that 35 academics and researchers from 12 countries, including countries such as Greece, of course, the USA, the UK, the Netherlands, Sweden, and so on, will present papers on a wide range of issues, such as contemporary global challenges, especially in relation to democratic governance, international relations, national law, international law, also health policies, including all the new crises, health crisis, environmental issues as well, primarily climate change, of course, and artificial intelligence, deep neural networks, and a lot. So I'm truly honored to be serving as the head of the scientific committee of this conference, and also would like, if you may allow me just 2 minutes, to just grab the occasion to say a few words more specifically about our center of research. This center that I on democracy and law was established almost 4 years ago as an autonomous laboratory of my Department of International and European Studies of the University of Macedonia, Thessaloniki, Greece. And I'm proud to have not only driven its establishment, but also to have been serving as the founding and current director. And over the past almost 4 years, the center has hosted many research projects, at least 3, including political judicial system of the USA, the first independent Greek observatory of government restrictive measures for the COVID-19 pandemic, and so on. It has published quite a lot, its members, 8 academic articles, 3 research papers, and so on. And it has hosted close to 100 faculty members, research fellows, experts, researchers, interns from all over the place, USA, Italy, Greece, of course. And it was also co-organized with this, including this 12 conferences, including 3 biannual international conferences, many lectures, moot courts. And last but not least, we have been concluding, and we are still in the quest of concluding more, memorandums of understanding for cooperation with university research centers or like institutions in Greece and everywhere else. So, thanks a lot.
Dear colleagues, dear students, on behalf of the Institute of European Integration and Policy of the National Kapodistrian University of Athens, I would like to warmly welcome you to this event. Many of you have traveled a long way to join us today, others have joined online, so we are deeply appreciative of you, our most grateful welcome. But unfortunately, we have changed venue of the meeting at the last minute because the main building of our university remains closed at the moment due to a continued upheaval because of the forthcoming law on private universities. This was beyond our control, and I apologize for this inconvenience, but we do our best for a successful outcome. So the main topic of this conference, One World, Many Crises, Politics, Law, and Beyond. In fact, multiple crises currently confront the To add what Professor Kapodistrian said a while ago, we see politicians today struggling to navigate historical challenges. The rise of populism, how to best respond to wars on multiple fronts, how to balance the challenges and risks posed by a warming planet, the immediate energy needs of their electorates, and all against an increasingly squeezed economic backdrop. The term polycrisis has gained widespread currency in academic and political discussions to describe the interaction of multiple crises at once and their combined harms. And its popularity suggests that a growing number of people believe that the world's multiple interacting crises require new ways of thinking and acting. Therefore, with this conference, we aim for a closer dialogue between scholars from different universities around the world and different academic backgrounds on how to reflect and respond to current global and regional challenges, from the crisis of democratic governance and the rise of populism to ongoing wars, the refugee crisis, as well as the climate crisis. I would like to express my deep thanks to my colleague, for the excellent collaboration. Many thanks to Dr. Alexandros Kyriakidis and Dr. George Ayers. Without them, this event would not have happened. So, welcome again, and many, many thanks for joining us today and responding to our call. Thank you.
George will pull out a picture of the reason why we couldn't be at our main building today. I was actually, I think, the first one there, and I captured a stunning but all too familiar instance in Greek reality. So because of the city, we couldn't be there. I'd like to say a few words, aside from my other affiliations. I'm also a member of the Cost Action, which organizes, a member of the core group of the Cost Action, which organizes the conference. So, unfortunately, the chair of the action, Professor Crises of the Law School or the University of Copenhagen, could not be here with us today in physical presence or online. So, on his behalf, on behalf of the action, I'd like to say a few words. The action started, the action is, as Professor Kapodistrian mentioned, titled Global Atrocity and Justice Constellations. It advocates for a new approach to international law and particularly international adjudicating bodies. And it studies them sort of in reverse in terms of how their decisions are applied in the various parties concerned and how policies change because of those decisions and their implementation in the various member states where the parties concerned in each litigation. It started in 2019. It ends by the end of March. That's the ending date. And yeah, this is the picture from today's morning. This is where we were supposed to.
That's Greek.
Yeah, it says. Okay, so it says the bill for private universities should be burned.
Burn down.
Yes, we should only have. We should exclusively have free and public education. On the 8th of March, Athens will sink, and then it's sitted by the associations of university students. So that's Greek reality for you, right there. It concerns a bill that is currently ongoing, the discussion of which is currently ongoing in Parliament. It will be voted on tomorrow, probably passed, to introduce private, or at least sections of foreign universities in Greece, in addition to public ones. That's about it. Back to the cost action. It has over 40 members, and it has produced various outputs, the most important of which is a database for exactly the subject matter of the action, which is how states implement judicial decisions by international adjudicating bodies, whether it's the arbitration or international courts. And I know the Chair would also like to second the comments by Professor Kapodistrian and Professor Lucy that the organization is very well. So, as Professor Kapodistrian very aptly said, it's a huge title. Hopefully the presentation will be less than huge. It's basically what I'm working on and what I've been working on probably since my undergraduate degree, which was a long time ago, but especially during my PhD and postdoctoral research until today. So I'm particularly concerned, I'm in EU politics, I'm particularly concerned about EU integration theories. And it was very interesting because when I was at the age of engaging for the first time really academically with this sort of stuff, the Eurozone crisis was still ongoing, close to the end, but and then the COVID-19 pandemic hit, and I found that, a lot of people have found, that it is an interesting transition and an interesting comparison to be able to see what measures were adopted in one case and what measures were adopted on the other, and compare the two and draw some sort of conclusion, hopefully, or hint about where the EU is going, because that's the EU integration process, basically towards what direction the EU is headed. So very briefly, because when I started doing the presentation for the Eurozone crisis, a lot of people are familiar with it. Now, as I am getting older, as some of the people are getting younger, it becomes more distant. I should mention that despite notions that existed even as the crisis was happening, the mechanisms created during the crisis were not something new. Financial assistance provided by the European Union was something that existed since the 70s, at least, and close monitoring of the financial situation of member states also existed in the form of the six-pack since the 1990s, since the conception of the notion of a common currency. Nonetheless, after the Eurozone crisis, because of the Eurozone crisis, and certainly after it, these measures took the EU transitioned to a more stringent form of these measures. Okay, a more aggressive form. And also, I should mention that after the introduction of the euro, the financial system mechanism that existed was amended to include only non-Eurozone member states. An interesting question I often get also when I lecture about these issues is why. The reason is simple, because no one predicted that realistically a semi-complete but getting there optimal currency area such as the Eurozone would ever be subject to a crisis. That there would ever be a need to provide financial assistance to a member state that partakes in the Eurozone. Obviously, they were proven wrong. When the crisis first began, the first mechanism was the European Financial Stability Mechanism. There are a lot of similarly titled institutions, heads up. And this was the attempt of the EU to resolve its problems on its own. As you can see, 60 billion might seem a lot, but the lending capacity is relatively minuscule compared to the 400 billion euros that later instruments included. So it was not very clear what the crisis would be, the way it would burn through various member states, their finances at least. When it did become clear, it was 6 months or so after that the crisis would not stop in Greece, and it would keep going in other member states. Also, an important point I should mention is that the first Eurozone member state in trouble was actually not Greece, it was Ireland. It was about 6 months before Greece announced the deficit numbers, and then everything followed. When this became apparent, they instituted, it became part of the 60 billion was changed for what was needed. So they tried to move really quickly, but certain EU member states, among them the United Kingdom, which has since left the EU, objected a financial assistance mechanism within the European Union. Oddly enough, and this plays into the comparison with the COVID-19 pandemic, Germany was also staunchly opposed to having an EU-based financial assistance institution for Eurozone member states. So they created a company. This is a public limited company. The EFSF that you often hear is a public limited company. It's headquartered in Brussels. And the Eurozone member states are its shareholders, literally. I won't go into the details. The important thing to keep here, to note here, is that this was the first instance that the concept of the Memorandum of Understanding, at least insofar as it concerns structural adjustment conditionality, was created within the EU. It did not exist beforehand, at least in that form. And after that, the European Stability Mechanism was created. This is the only institution that still exists today. The EFSF exists also, but it's not used. It's an international organization. It literally is outside the EU. There is an international treaty for it, and that's it. It just so happens that the member states of this international organization are only Eurozone and EU member states, but it's outside the EU, again on the insistence of various member states who objected to including the ESM within the EU. And you can see the lending capacity, 700 billion. Okay. You can get a sense of the magnitude. Greece, throughout its three structural adjustment programs, the financial assistance programs, burned through approximately 250 to 270 billion euros was the total lending capital. And then you had a variety of measures that reinforced economic coordination and, more importantly, oversight capacity by the EU in member states' finances. The most important was the Treaty on Stability, Coordination and Governance, which set more stringent conditions on the budget and deficit criteria, or the debt and deficit criteria. The banking union, obviously, moving towards completing the optimal currency area. But the most striking ones were the six-pack and the two-pack. These were sets of regulations that included various provisions. The six-pack concerned both EU and Eurozone member states. The two-pack was only for Eurozone member states. The most important one in the six-pack was the introduction of the European semester, which now has expanded to various policy areas outside the economic policy. And then you also have the two-pack. Now the two-pack is the most, in my opinion, the most important of everything really, because in one of the two-pack regulations, it is provisioned that the Eurogroup and the European Commission can have direct oversight and input into the budgetary plans of each member state before they are submitted to Parliament. Which means that each government drafts their annual budget. They first submit it to the EU for approval. If the EU doesn't approve, it can request changes, the Eurogroup, the European Commission. Then those changes are made, and then the budget goes to the national parliament to be voted. Which is interesting if you think about it. That was the Eurozone crisis. In the pandemic, there was a different approach. The ESM treaty was signed in 2012. That was a full 3 years since the crisis began. In the COVID-19 pandemic, the EU moved much quicker and much more decisively towards the direction of providing financial assistance or capital. These are just a few statistics on the pandemic. What did the EU do? It created what it termed the next generation EU. This doesn't exist anymore. This was the plan. the plan is encapsulated into something that's called the EU Recovery Initiative. That's a regulation. Okay, and the two novel measures of that was the Recovery and Resilience Facility and the React EU. All the other measures concerned reallocation of funds to reinforce various aspects. So for Horizon Europe, there was an extra 5 billion euro, most of which were geared towards medical research and so on and so forth. These two were new. The most important one, obviously, it's 750 billion euro in total, and almost all of it is the Recovery and Resilience Facility, which is basically an ESM. The interesting thing with that is, whereas the ESM provides primarily lines of credit or loans, the Recovery and Resilience Facility was split in half. Half of the money was given as loans, half of the money was given as grants, which means non-repayable, a one-off. There were a number of additional measures. Okay, I just put them up here. What was the importance of the Recovery and Resilience Facility? It was that it gave a substantial amount, over 350 billion in grants. Now, because these are not loans, the EU had to provide the money, or lines of credit. How did it get the money? The 750 billion euros of the Next Generation EU effectively doubled the entire budget of the EU overnight. So what did the EU do? It said, well, we need to raise money. There is something called the Own Resources Directive in the EU. That's how the EU raises its funds. It's a very basic directive. The last version was 2014. It basically says that the EU gets its money from primarily value-added tax, a portion thereof from member states. So when the RRF was passed, the Own Resources Directive was amended to include, for the first time ever, the clear possibility that the European Commission could go to the markets and borrow as a whole. Borrow against the name of the EU, not a single member state. Which is really interesting because for 3 years until the ESM was created, there was a huge push for what was called Eurobonds. Germany staunchly opposed it, and even in the case of the ESM, it's not exactly Eurobonds. This is, for all intents and purposes, Eurobonds. Actually, EU bonds. Okay, the European Commission goes to the markets and borrows funds directly. Okay. The other novelty was that the RRF was entirely within the EU framework. In the previous framework, for example, in the ESM, the International Monetary Fund was directly involved. Also, although this is still within the EU, the European Central Bank was also directly involved, even in the policy aspects of structural adjustment. In the RRF, the European Central Bank is not involved as much, and of course the International Monetary Fund is not involved at all. And as you can see in the end, you can see some continuance here because the RRF, the funds given, are coordinated through the European semester, which was not originally designed for this purpose. As I said, it expanded. So this is the RRF process. There is something called the National Recovery and Resilience Plans. What I want to focus here is the differences with MOUs. Do they involve conditions? Yes. Would you call them structural adjustments, like you call the MOUs? By no means. Okay. They're much more, quote-unquote, relaxed. The conditions included are not as specific or as invasive as in the MOUs. They concern broader policy areas, not specific aspects to be changed. In the MOUs, particularly the Greek MOUs, there were even specific references to laws that needed to be changed and how those laws need to be changed. This is not the case here. Okay. So, what does this mean for integration? I won't go through the integration theories, I presume some knowledge, but basically neo-functionalism says, I focus on the two grand level integration theory for now. So neo-functionalism says, well, citizens become increasingly dissatisfied with the status quo, with how their national governments deal with problems, because problems become more globalized. As this dissatisfaction grows, they turn to other actors. Which other actors? The EU. Okay. So the EU obtains legitimacy through that and grows because of that. How does that work? There are two primary elements: supranationality, which means the existence of institutions that consist of representatives of the member states, but are not either national or international. For example, the Commission is one such institution. It wouldn't exist, obviously, because if there weren't any member states, because everyone belongs to a member state. But once they become a commissioner, ideally, they should be held accountable to the EU. And the second concept is obviously spillover. Okay. Spillover basically means that once this process gets in motion, especially in economic aspects, integration in other areas will follow. Not only it will follow, it becomes necessary for integration to follow, because it's impossible to reap the benefits of integration in the previous sector unless you continue integrating further. Oui, man. Okay. Okay. Alright, I'll go to these. And then you have liberal intergovernmentalism, which was created by Andrew Moravcsik. Liberal intergovernmentalism basically says that the most important actors are and remain member states. More importantly, it suggests that the EU will never gain access, will never have decision-making capacity in key national policy areas: taxes, social policy, defense policy. Okay. And because of recent developments, the last piece that the primary advocate of this theory wrote was in 2009, Andrew Moravcsik. Obviously, because the theory doesn't really hold up. So, if we look at these two theories and we look at the progression from the Eurozone crisis to the COVID-19 pandemic, what do we conclude? Was the response neo-functional? Not at the beginning. At the beginning, both in the COVID-19 pandemic and in the Eurozone crisis, the response, regardless of the type of the response, was primarily governed by member states. But more so in the Eurozone crisis, less in the pandemic. In the pandemic, supranational actors assume a greater leadership role compared to the Eurozone crisis. But it's impossible to disregard the fact that some of the institutions created during the Eurozone crisis were international organizations or public limited companies, not within the EU. That was not the case during the COVID-19 pandemic. Where is the EU going through these two crises, at least in terms of crisis response? It is moving broadly to a more neo-functional direction. The odd thing is that the authority obtained by the this neo-functional direction, included in this direction and obtained by the supranational institutions, is given to them by member states. It's not forcibly taken. But supranational institutions do become stronger, and member states progressively lose some of their ability to influence policy, more or less. So my argument would be, it is moving to a neo-functional direction, an odd neo-functional direction, but a neo-functional direction nonetheless. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Philippidis. So I give the floor now to Dr. Kapodistrian. Now I have to say, as the chair of this panel, unfortunately, that we ran late, we were late in opening. So I would really, instantly ask all the speakers to speak take no longer than 15 minutes, because otherwise we're both having problems. All I understand. So, Dr. Vasilis Karokias Mavrikos comes to us from UCL, okay, all the way London. That's very good. And he will be talking about agendas, ambiguity, and policy change during crisis, public health, and pharmaceutical policy making in the EU during COVID-19.
Hello from me as well. Thank you for having me. Thank you everyone for attending, despite a difficult day around Athens today. I'll try to keep it brief and I'll try to move quickly. And I think it segues quite nicely from what Alex was talking about, in the sense that, and I might be a little bit controversial here, it's perhaps time to move a little bit away from the logic of European integration theories. So we have this international organization that has probably evolved into quite a distinct political system. We have had for now a few decades without a treaty revision almost. It's the second longest period that the EU has gone without one. And really what we're looking at is a system that produces outputs at the sectoral as well as the aggregate level that reflect the changes in the distribution, changes in polarization, changes in values, and do not necessarily have this very clear kind of approach of whether this project is moving towards more of a federation or more of an independent collection of countries. And we do have very successful frameworks, very successful tools for public policy analysis. So perhaps it's time we try to adapt them to the European Union level. So that has been underpinning quite a lot of my research in recent years. And I tend to structure quite a lot of my papers in this useful metaphor by something called the multiple source approach or the multiple source framework. That essentially groups variables that go into a process policy chain into streams. To give a relatively imaginative way of looking at things. And essentially, it really stresses the role of strategic actors during very important instances, quite unpredictable instances in time, in order to be able to capture what has been getting the attention of policymakers, what ideas have been developed, and as well as the existing levels of political determination, as well as support and resistance by veto players in infrastructure trouble. And what we're arguing here is that adapting these tools and hypotheses while keeping this foundational logic intact is quite useful to understand outcomes at the European Union level. And specifically, I want to touch on two kinds of tools that this version of the EU MSF can be quite useful in providing. One has to do with networks. When we talk about networks, we're really looking at the actors that are involved in a policy initiative or a policy subsystem, as well as the interactions. And we can talk about networks that are more highly integrated, that have lower numbers of participants, stronger barriers for someone to enter, tend to reach consensus when they make decisions, and have established over time quite a lot of administrative capacity. And these networks will typically be able to do more in terms of policy, but they will generally produce less radical ideas because, well, they go through a lot of softening out in very rigid and established patterns of interaction. The complete opposite picture is what we tend to see in less integrated networks. More importantly, I would argue, within a system like the EU, what tends to happen is that less integrated networks will typically go from a state where they are able to produce or execute radical ideas, and they also do not have the capacity to interact at a quick pace, to a condition, a system where there will be very rapid production of ideas as well as very rapid interaction leading by rapid radical change. You can think of it as the early stages of European integration to go back to our original approaches. And again, the opposite picture is what we tend to observe in more integrated networks. Very quickly, the second quite important tool, and then I'll bring them all together, has to do with the idea of narratives. And perhaps it's important to establish that, not in terms of preferences, but in the way things are framed and articulated, European Union institutions, at least the three main ones, will typically tend to approach the European public, which lies at the heart, at least in the narratives, of all influence policy making, in three distinct different ways. So someone like the European Commission will typically speak of the functional public, and any system that looks for simplification, harmonization, efficiency. Typically, the Council of Ministers, will pronounce national monetary and regulatory gains and speak of cross-country fairness and balance between different geographical regions and individual membership. It's this idea of a ruling public where the citizen is equated with the national representative. And then the European Parliament will speak of a popular public, so it captures this idea of a homogeneous European people that maybe does not exist yet, but a lot of the blame for that is an institution. So we will talk about power dispersion, participation, socioeconomic equality. With all of this, interest groups usually act as mediators of these preferences. So very quickly now on the policy Well, when the Copenhagen crisis hit, and covered a series of policy areas in terms of impact, within pharmaceutical policy, there was an ongoing agenda that might have to do with revising how companies innovate and how medicines are produced within the EU, as well as revising how medicines are evaluated. And at the same time, there was a series of COVID-19 specific initiatives that eventually got introduced at varying degrees of substantive impact. We can think about the joint consumer vaccines, we can think about extending the mandate of the European Medicines Agency and the ECDC, we can think about the new Director General of the Commission, the Emergency Response Authority, as well as more normative outputs such as the EU's Global Health Strategy. So bringing our tools together for something like the ongoing agenda for pharmaceutical incentive review, we were really talking about a highly integrated network, a network that had given us policy-making outputs in the early 2000s, which were quite industry-friendly. So within this network, what the crisis really did was lead to this narrative shift by the European Commission, who would be the actor most closely connected and associated to the interest of the pharmaceutical industry. So within a context where the Council, speaking for a ruling public, would speak of price and regulatory disparities between states, speak about the need to shift to generics, would blame shift national failures in controlling prices to the EU level. In a context where the European Parliament would speak about health inequalities related to prices and access, the Commission wanted to maintain this idea of a global leader in innovation and access to cutting-edge medicine. What the crisis did was to be able to turn the Commission towards a narrative of a global leader in public health, of EU citizens' joint resilience, preparedness, and coordination, and allow the Commission to go to shift its policy preferences within ambiguity and support an agenda towards curbing pharmaceutical incentives and pushing for lower prices for citizens. Something like health technology assessments, where there hasn't been much harmonization at the European Union level, we have about a more or less integrated network, we really saw what we tend to call institutional body jumping, where after a very ambitious federal reform, using the same logic of narratives, the system was able to fall back on a huge health technology assessment regulation, introducing the joint clinical assessment for innovative drugs, but giving responsibility for the coordination of this body to the member states through a coordination group. This is quite important for what we saw happening during COVID. Essentially, what European institutions, predominantly led by the Commission, tried to do was create an environment of legislative overload in order for them to fall back on something like institutional intensity. What we're really talking about here is establishing a network in a sector where there wasn't one, because the sensitive areas, health, fall under the principle of subsidiarity. So this is the story of being able to use single market tools where European institutions have jurisdiction to establish something in an area that they do not necessarily have. So summarizing, how do we get there? Well, it was a public health focusing event, a crisis, driving conjoined narratives in a single market policy sector, pharmaceutical policy. And really, if you think about it, the most substantive initiatives that came out of public policy making at the EU level had to do with this single market mandate in pharmaceutical policy, treating medicines as a product. How else? Well, in less integrated networks, what really proves more crucial for making policy is technical visibility. So what you can do, rather what actors will accept you. In more integrated networks, it's the other way around. We saw this in the single case of pharmaceutical incentives. I believe this is what allows rapid institutional creation during crisis. And of course, what does it mean for the future? Well, it means a few things. We don't necessarily have more or less European integration in the sector, just have a certain priority. We have promising precedents, but waning enthusiasm. So I spent quite a lot of time in Brussels during all this, and I heard two quite interesting quotes from policymakers during that time. So one was had to do with the establishment of the Emergency Response Authority, and suggested that there was a lot of criticism that the only thing it has done is put out public calls to stockpile on monkeypox, which was leading the headlines in late 2021 and 2022. And a very senior person from the organization suggested that, well, if my approach is what it takes for the EU to be able to have some grasp on public health, then so be it. The second one had to do with who makes policy at the EU level now and who leads committees and design instruments. It was this idea that the EU was dominated until 2010, 2011 for crisis by lawyers and was dominated by social scientists. And they're more likely to try and bend the rules as opposed to try to stick to them. So extend our mandates within the limits that we have. So we also see a growing distance between the Commission and the pharmaceutical industry, and we see the Commission narrative that right now is more convincing to the European Parliament rather than the preference of the member states. That's quite important because however democratic one wants to claim and can claim that the EU is, there's still a very long way to go, and it's a predominantly technocratic system led by associations of representatives behind closed doors. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Also, for the limits, temporal limits that I have assigned. So our next speaker is Professor William Edquist, and who, as I understand, is not among us here, from Eastern Washington University. Yes, that's what I was about to say, that she's online, she's not around here. I don't know, can she hear me? Yeah?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good.
Can you hear me?
Good. So, thank you for being with us from a very big distance. You're in Athens, you're here, you're over in the USA, in Washington, if I understand. Washington, D.C., is that correct? Washington State, Washington, right?
No, I'm in Washington State.
Yeah, Washington
Yeah.
State. That's even nicer.
So I'm even further away from you, yes.
Okay. Lots of breaks.
It's about 1 in the morning here.
Oh, good. Wow.
So good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Okay, so Professor Edquist, you have the floor. Professor Edquist will talk to us about EU health security regimes since COVID-19, emergency response.
Great. Thank you so much. I'm really pleased to be here. I wish I were with you in person. So essentially, what I was trying to do in this paper is explore what it meant for the EU to change its policies after COVID, both in health, in both communicable diseases as well as mental health. And I saw changes in each of them, although more drastic changes in mental health. But I think some of the language will be familiar to you. So basically, since the emergence of COVID-19, 2 EU-level health policies have emerged. The first is the EU Health Security Framework, and that was established in 2021. And that's based on communicable diseases. It's an attempt to address communicable diseases, obviously COVID-19 being one of them, and the primary one. But it also started to work very hard, especially after COVID really hit, worked on a comprehensive approach to mental health. And the Commission released its first vision of what that comprehensive approach would look like in June of last year, June of 2023. And basically I was trying to explore how we can understand these new policies and the new tools within them, and then what does that indicate for political rule under conditions construed as crises. So this project is an attempt to sort of frame this as a study in crisis and situations that are construed as crises, which happen more and more frequently these days, it seems. Everything seems to be a crisis anymore. So that's the larger aim and the focus. The methodology that I'm using is based in biopolitics. Of course, first designed by Michel Foucault, but developed since then, and there's a sort of sociological element to this. So I'm using biopolitical methodology and analytical concepts. And essentially, I'm conceiving of EU policies as new problematizations of security, new ways of thinking about security, which introduce uncertainty and a loss of familiarity arising from changes like technological changes or political changes or other changes to life. So how do we understand security when we're in a new situation of uncertainty that's, again, it seems unfamiliar to us? And how are we going to address that? And my analysis suggests that really what we're seeing is, and this won't be probably unique to the EU, but it is sort of new to our time, new to sort of the histories of security regimes, is that the EU's new problematizations entail the rise of what I am calling, based on the work of other scholars, vital systems security regimes, especially in the area of mental health, to a little lesser extent in infectious disease. So first I'll talk a little bit about infectious disease and then mental health. And then I might try at the end to share my screen one more time because I have a nice table that shows everything that I'm trying to say here. But EU problematizations of infectious disease have really started to shift. Since the end of the last century into this century, as a security threat, and instead of it being a threat to state security, instead of being a threat to public health, it's more a threat to state security. So epidemics have given rise to things like vaccines and antivirals or other so-called medical countermeasures. And what states and the EU especially are concerned with doing is securing those medical countermeasures and the ways of procuring them and supplying them. So it's not so much public health that's the focus, but rather the focus is on these mechanisms, these countermeasures, and this infrastructure. So, for example, in the EU's policy in September 2021, the Commission proposed a framework to meet its need to, quote, better react in times of health crisis, and specifically to, quote, rapidly ensure available and accessible crisis-relevant medical countermeasures for all member states. So the EU put its focus back on sort of securing those things that states need rather than on public health. That's a secondary, almost a secondary concern. Of course, that's the ultimate concern, but this is a different way of approaching security. Or it may even be sort of a reversion back to an earlier security regime in some ways. Okay, so, but I've been using this concept of security regime, and I just want to define it a little more. The security regime is based on a type of knowledge used by states when they're seeking security. States or the EU, of course. So it's the knowledge that they use. And sociologists have identified over time 3 specific types of state security regime. The state security regime, which was simply securing the state and its borders, and this was, several centuries back, especially in Europe. Then the population security regime, and this really emerged at the beginning of the 20th century. And this was, with the advent of new technologies, populations were considered both vital to the state, but also worthy of protection in their own right. Now we've got the vital systems security regime, and again, this is where you're securing countermeasures or other systems that are considered vital to sustaining the state. So, EU infectious disease policy, again, is really based on this vital systems regime where infectious disease governance is a critical infrastructure. And one example would be the HERA, or the European Health Emergency Preparedness and Response Authority, created by the Commission, which my paper goes into in much more detail about a sort of problematic political stance in Europe. But essentially, the idea that Europe has health emergency preparedness and response. This is kind of, the preparedness and response are key elements of this kind of security regime, the vital systems security regime. So, so that's EU communicable disease policy. The EU mental health governance that's emerged just over the past year is really something different, and it's something even newer. And I think I misspoke earlier. I called the new one a vital security regime. Actually, it's a resilience security regime, and I'll explain a little bit more why. So recently, the Commission embraced a public health problematization of security, but that public health problematization, it identifies new threats to mental health, vulnerable populations, mental health as an important infrastructure in itself, and resilience in many forms. Okay? And this concept of resilience permeates all of the more recent EU mental health policy, much more so than prior policy, which I've been studying for a long, long time now. So the term resilience is mentioned repeatedly throughout the Commission's policies, and it really does color how we think, how the EU thinks about security, I believe. So what the last part of the paper really does is compares this supposed, the most recent vital systems policy or security regime versus what looks to be an emerging resilience security regime. And the vital systems security regime is really based on this concept of preparedness, or logical preparedness. You rely on scenario techniques, anticipatory practices, you mobilize fear and the anxiety of unpreparedness, and you design your policy around a future, an attempt to prevent future unexpected events from unfolding. And so you don't want catastrophic systemic breakdowns, right? So that's the sort of vital systems. You've got to secure those vital systems. The logics of resilience says something slightly different. It views systemic disruptions as inevitable. They're going to happen. You can't avoid them. And you must utilize techniques to design resilient cultures of safety. So resilience is very different from preparedness. Preparedness is an attempt to avoid. Resilience accepts the inevitable. And so the paper goes a lot into sort of how the EU mental health communication from last year sort of meets these different criteria and does not look like something, basically it says, we're going to have problems with mental health. How can we deal with it? Rather than, this is avoidable, let's avoid all of these problems. Okay? So essentially what I suggest at the end of the paper, and well, it's really throughout, is that this may be a new security regime of the late liberal state, the resilience regime, where the logic of resilience accepts the inevitability of threats, and its scenarios encourage communal unity rather than scenarios preventing a catastrophe from happening. Okay, so it's a very different focus. And I leave it to others to, you know, explore what the significance of that might be, but that's really the extent of the paper. So I'll leave it there for now.
So thank you for inviting me. And my background is, I know it's interdisciplinary conference, my background is in political science and international relations, so I will address the crisis from this perspective. And the main area of my research interest has been for a long time foreign policy, security policy, and in particular common foreign and security policy of the European Union. So one can say that a policy that very much unlike other policies is driven a lot by external events, very often external crises. So sometimes we say it's really like you know, pouring water all the time on different fires. That's how foreign policy operates. There are a few other policies, but this one nonetheless is one of them. And recent years are definitely, of course, full of examples, and the recent one, the Russia's aggression on Ukraine, is the big one, you know, the war on our borders. It's so huge, let's say, crisis, war. And reacting and managing to crisis, I think, is always a very big challenge, right, when it comes to nation states. So then imagine European Union, when you have 27 around the table and we need to come to an agreement. It has not been easy, and you know, in CFSP we have veto for everybody, so when we are sitting here we all will have to agree on how we react. But the EU, but nonetheless in the Council, they developed certain ways of doing things, certain code of conduct. This is what I research, informality, informal ways of doing things that allowed them to move forward, right? Even in times of big crisis. Even if the steps were often, we would say, you know, too small or maybe too slow, but it kind of worked. And this is what I was researching, so so the methodology I use is semi-structured interviews, doing a lot of them. And then I have to say that about 10 years ago, something changed. So it coincided with the times when we had in Hungary and Poland populists coming to power, so coming into government. And then negotiators, diplomats, politicians, they started saying, well, something is different. Because the negotiations are not as smooth as before. The decisions, we cannot take them as easily as we always did, for decades actually, since the beginning of European political cooperation. So that interested me, and I thought, okay, that is something we have to, and they actually told me, why don't you research that? Because things are getting different. They didn't know exactly, but there was something else. So indeed, I started interviewing, kind of focusing on that, and it's occurred to me very quickly that there was a sort of slow burning, long-term, already becoming longer-term crisis that was taking place inside the common foreign and security policy. So I'm reacting to all this crisis outside, having to do it very quickly. There was also something amiss going inside. And that's when we started, also together with my co-author Anna Hurmos from Bristol University, we started a bigger project basically looking at what has been the impact of populist governments on the common foreign and security policy of the EU, including its ability to respond to crisis. And of course, I cannot tell you all about this project, especially that we don't have so much time, so I'm going to tell you about a little part of it. And I will be mostly empirical. I will not talk a lot about theory. And I'm going to tell you about a project that is being run by two colleagues, Adriana Constellations and Natasha Tsao. And here, academics from different, researching different policies, so also COVID, also other policies, they try to answer a little bit the same question. So, looking at how something that the editors call unpolitics. I don't know, of course there are a lot of populist experts here who know more about populism, but they say, okay, there is this idea that there is unpolitics. So a destructive approach to politics that representatives of populist government use to determine EU policy making. For me, it is still a bit vague concept, but okay, it's very catchy, right? That we kind of do unpolitics. Anna and I, we proposed something else when it comes to foreign policy. We like to talk about domestication of foreign policy, which means that foreign policy goals are being a lot increasingly and overwhelmingly subjected to domestic and party goals. And that hasn't been the case in the past. Very often foreign and security policy were kind of insulated, there was some consensus, but now things becoming changing. And before I tell you what we kind of found out, I want to make 3 quick assumptions or statements about foreign policy, because we all do different policies here. So the EU, as I said before, we have to remember that it is governed in the EU by unanimity. So everybody has a veto. So this makes this policy particularly vulnerable to disruption by populists. 2, foreign policy again is very crisis-driven, but not crises are the same. And we have to remember, I'm not have so much time to get into detail, that it really matters how populists construct the crisis at home, right? Whether they see it useful or not, how they can manipulate people. So that is important. There is no, to remember, not every crisis is the same, and it is not every crisis is seen the same way by populists. And finally, what I said before, foreign policy is usually not high on populists' agenda, normally. That's why, normally we had, it was outside of this process of politicization of policies, because it was not, the populists were not that interested. They didn't see much gain normally, but however, again, this has changed recently, and they found a way to use it and to kind of politicize it for the domestic audience. And I want to show you, I will not talk about all of that, it might be interesting about 3 hypotheses that the special issue editors did. I don't know if I will just mention in kind of very simple words. The first one is that they reject norms, right, populist governments in the council. So they are more likely to break formal and informal rules of policy making and do it explicitly, the rules of the game. Second of all, they reject compromise, more likely. So they are less likely to compromise than mainstream governments, and they stick to their maximum positions, which is very unusual in the EU and in the negotiation around the table. And finally, they reject solutions. So they use at home the known decisions by the EU strategically to show the EU is weak and useless. So, but this looks at already, there's a different level of analysis at home, so I just want to tell you a little bit about the first 2 at the EU level, right? Whether this hypothesis also comes through in foreign and security policy. And indeed, what we found out, and I already told you, it will not be a surprise because this was already told us by interviewers before we started this project, when we started writing our book, that indeed populists and the foreign policy did have an impact on negotiators and on how the council was able to react to different crises. So, for example, we noticed there was a very high staff turnover for political reasons, and for the fact that a lot of them preferred loyal people to experts or to people with experience in the EU. So you have a high staff turnover, so everybody has to learn the rule of the game all the time from the beginning. You also have centralization and more hierarchical approach, which means that reduces experts' leeway. They don't have that much scope in negotiations, which makes negotiations easier normally. Then when they always have to go back and ask at home the important person from the party what they can do and they cannot. In general, populists do not trust very much experts, so this is why we see this empirical manifestation. Also, what we see is the undermining the role of current diplomats, right, as a kind of intermediaries between Brussels and the capital, which normally is a very important function. But here again, this function is being undermined. And something that we heard a lot is that diplomats were being seen as national heroes, right, which again is kind of very problematic when you have to respond to crisis in a fast manner. And here I put one of the quotations from the interview. Because normally blocking anything is seen a weakness in negotiations. If you block it, it means you're not a very good negotiator, because you have to, use your veto. But for the populist governments, it's a little bit different. So one of the diplomats told us confidentially, is blocking a weakness. Our leaders have a different approach. They will even say A if the other 27, so there was still, when the Brexit was happening, when the other 27 say B, and do that loudly, even at the working group level. So even at the lower levels, which why would they do that if this is very silent environment? They have no experience in multilateral diplomacy. Our minister cares about security. He does not like to play international, right? So all this together, and there were many other quotations like that, saying that these diplomats, they want to be seen, or they need to be seen as heroes back at home, rather than diplomats who follow the rules that the group established themselves in order to function well in crisis. So they disregard a lot of these informal rules of how negotiations happens, which which in the end undermines the effectiveness and the reputation. And the other, I want to say a few words, I know it's only 10 minutes, but I will come to again. But they also we found out that they are much more likely to reject compromise, right? Again, because for them it's not something bad, but sometimes they can use it at home to show, well, we are strong. And we might be, not the biggest country, but we can still, we can still have an impact. So they show very uncompromising behavior, which again is so much against the decades of what was considered as good practice. So it is being seen that they block things for the sake of blocking. So other diplomats say it is very strange. Sometimes we don't know what they are on about. What is their point? They don't even want to justify it. And it's impossible to come out with a common position. And as I said, for them being isolated is a virtue, not a problem. Which is really, again, everything is upside down. So, for example, it was especially about Hungary and also about Poland, which now, of course, it has changed. So Hungary does not care of being isolated. The diplomats here, they try to make compromise, but it's difficult. It's about heroism back at home. So they oppose without justification, right? Which is really strange because you need to understand why somebody opposes things. They oppose positions that were agreed even historically, and it's always the same member states which will become, isolated. So it's not just normal defense of national interest; it's something more. So this we found interesting. We can discuss it later. I don't think I have time to go much, into the Ukraine war.
Yeah, you have 5 minutes.
But before I move to conclusion, I just want to say that here, of course, what we've seen that, of course, we cannot generalize, right? And we cannot say, okay, every crisis is the same and they always behave in this way. But actually, it's different. And what we found out that the way that sometimes, the kind of risk that they are taking, those governments, that matters a lot. Whether it's in a risky area or not risky area, and whether they will get a lot of audience, a lot of attention from that matters. So that's the first thing that influences how populist governments construct the crisis at home. And in the case of Russia's war in Ukraine, Russia's aggression on Ukraine, and how these two governments, Hungary and Poland, behaved, it was different. So it is a bit puzzling, of course, but we would say on the other hand, maybe not so puzzling, because in the case of Poland, the security kind of consideration becomes everything. So even then, the Polish government decided, okay, we are going to be constructive, we are going to work towards compromise, we are not going to make any trouble. Whereas Hungary wasn't, which was also to some extent surprising because it's also closer to Russia, it's also has similar security interests, but in this case, Orban, and for other reasons, decided to use his kind of veto, and in the end he was leaving the room. He's threatening a lot of veto positions, which is very, very frustrating to a lot of other countries. And the way I would like, because we are talking also about solutions and how we can go around it, and I'm quite unhappy with the kind of one consequence of this. And I always get very, when I speak at conferences with people who do foreign policy and EU, they don't like what I'm saying. But I normally say that I don't think this idea is about moving to qualified majority voting in foreign policy, that it's a good solution. It's a solution to something else. Because everybody was so frustrated with this one or two countries that they want to change the whole system, right? They are saying, we don't want any more to have everybody agree in the rule. We need to react quickly, but we want to change that. We want to move towards qualified majority voting. And we can discuss, a lot. I don't think it's, again, the solution should be maybe to be tougher on those countries. The countries that don't subscribe to rule of law, to democracy should be treated with more sanctions, more tougher hand, instead of us changing the system. It's like, when we teach and we change our system the way we teach because of the worst student in class. I think this is not the solution, right? So it will cause, more problems, that we will use ownership in the room, that countries will not be maybe so involved, also issues of accountability and so on and so on. Might be too early, but I will leave it at that. Thank you.
To have next to me my dear colleague and friend who will be giving the first keynote speech of this conference today, whose title is Conceptualizing European Syspondia. It's a Greek word on being together, and being together doubly. Spondi is probably, Mr. Kosovo will explain better. Spondi is the thing that ancient Greeks did when they gathered in religious rites, R-I-T-E-S, to bond them into a sort of sacred community, something that is beyond their individualities, their earthly lives, in a real community. And sis, spondia means putting people together. Sis means gathering, bunching people together. So, bunching people together to perform a religious rite. Now, a couple of words first to present Dimitris Chrysochou. He is a professor, of course, at the Department of Political Science and Public Administration, and he works on theory and institutions of European integration, and that's actually how we got to meet Mr. Chrysochou, because we work same kind of things. And he has also previously taught at different places such as Princeton, University of Crete,
Not at Princeton.
Not at Princeton?
No.
No, oh my God.
Have to be honest.
Oh my God. It's Pantheon. That's a really long shot.
Both start from with the P.
Okay, Pantheon and Crete before that, and also Exeter, UK. He has held visiting posts at various universities, Greece and abroad, LSE, Oxford, Cambridge, both Oxford and Cambridge. That's interesting. The other places they say, Columbia, Virginia Tech, Geneva, Oslo, and you name it, Catania, Malta, Neapolis, Paphos, Nicosia, and also European University of Cyprus. There's a lot of Cyprus in Dimitris because he has a special kind of relation with Cyprus. He has been awarded with the Medal of Outstanding Contribution of the Republic of Cyprus. This is really impressive to me. And also he has been ordained Archon Referendarius of the Holy Great Church of Christ by the Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew in Constantinople, Istanbul, as they say now, in February 2023. And lastly, he has been honored in last November 2023 with the Medal of Honor of the Hellenic Foundation for Culture. And he has written many books, which include, among others, The Republic of Europeans, Civic Potential and Liberal Milieu with Kostas Lavras, and also theorizing European integration and democracy in the European Union. So, we have with us, we're very glad about it, Dimitris Chrysochou, who can take the floor now. You can step out if you want. And the keynote speech is programmed to last with questions. Of course, the session of questions for almost an hour,
A bit less.
of course. We have plenty of time.
So you have time for a coffee like this, at least all coffee like this.
This is one the over. So, this is Mr. Chrysochou, Professor Chrysochou, who will have the floor.
Well, thank you very much, dear colleagues and friends. Let me start by saying that as there is nothing blameworthy, at least to the best of my knowledge, of Greeks bearing thanks, as opposed to the widely known Greeks bearing gifts, allow me to extend my warmest thanks to the organizers of this important meeting for having me here, for their time and efforts in organizing the whole event and this discussion, particularly my good colleague, Professor Emanuela Vusi, and my good colleague and friend, Professor Yanni Papadopoulou. And I have to admit, and this is something that I was thinking about as I was walking through this debate, that much of what follows actually draws on the methodology of Yannis's work, particularly the being at the intersection of politics, or political science, if you prefer, political theory, and your beloved philosophy. And I'm particularly happy to see dear friends, colleagues, that we share our offices in the same corridor. I'm talking about my colleague, Professor Tonia Antonia Zervani. Thank you. So, in what follows, three questions seem to be in order. First, how to define the present day European Union? Second, what does it mean and actually what does it take for its diverse but co-determined parts to constitute a democratic society of sovereign states and peoples, and in that regard to combine into a larger polity, or to use my Greek, politia. And third, how to assess the present state of union and at the same time project an image of the whole, at least for the visible future. Now, writing in the mid-2020s, there is evidence to suggest that Europe's reformist aspirations, especially I would say those aiming at a federal or federal-like political direction, find themselves in retreat. That being the case both symbolically as well as strategically, in the sense that current divergences in states' views and priorities, I would also add dispositions, not least of a geopolitical nature, question whether the Union can still be regarded and crucially sustained as a polity in its own right, and for that matter perhaps as a polity which can still inspire. In addition comes the consolidation of a state-centric, if not at times self-centered, rationale on the part of at least some states, as well as a sense of what could be described as revived intergovernmentalism in the Union's collective workings. At the theory front, all the above are captured by a variety of intergovernmentalisms, albeit of a more refined logic, at least as compared to classical realist or neo-realist takes, confirming, however, integration's still state-controlled nature. So today, with the detrimental to European values, but unfortunately existing, if not equally unfortunately increasing rise of the far right, the uncertainties caused by the not too distant Brexit vote and the roadblocks that are still, I would say, on the way towards a comprehensive solidarity and, first and foremost, humanistic response to the refugee crisis. The issue raised is not about the Union's prospective constitutional, as it were, evolution, as was perhaps the case back in the mid-2000s when we debated the constitutional treaty. In other words, it is not about the idea of polity transformation, but rather, I would argue, it is about a very simple question. Can the Union recover from a much troubled decade? So, at this critical juncture, theorists ask whether or not an image of the whole, a portrait of union, if you like, based on a shared life of its members, can be redrawn or resketched with regard to providing some reliable answers, if not perhaps even an end state of integration, which in itself is a rather ambitious task. So in light of unfolding and interrelated crises, the question is whether the Union can still aspire to a self-identifiable European demos, not in the rather demanding, if at times compelling sense of a compact, fully integrated, and for that matter self-standing European republic, but as a republic of Europeans, not a European republic in a statist sense of the term, but as a republic of Europeans composed of diverse publics, taken however as symbiotes, in Johannes Althusius' sense of the term. Namely, as he wrote back in 1603, his seminal Political Methodice Digesta, and I quote, as participants or partners in a common life. So a plural European civic body may still be said to exist, perhaps along the lines of what I described as many peoples, one demos, the latter defined as a community of citizens capable of directing their democratic claims and concerns to and via the central institutions. But the question, as put by Calypso Nicolaidis, is the following one. What should the Europe for all, an EU that most of us can like, if not love, look like? Also, how to navigate the present union, wherever situated in the federal, confederal, or polity organization axis, towards a viable polity, not merely policy equilibrium, a polity equilibrium, that is. So these preliminary notes thus far provoke the question, can there be a union in and through which established liberal democracies transform themselves into an embracing politia? The latter enshrines into our vocabulary a certain normative content, raising some constitutional, if you like, expectations. Constitutional in the wider Roman sense of the term, as masterly portrayed by Cicero. More than that, the whole exercise in EU polity building can also, I would argue, be parallel to a state of mind, to recall Elmer Schatzsnyder, impacting on citizens' daily parlance as well as praxis. Now, arguably, Plato's and Aristotle's view of politia has marked for over 2 millennia its distinctive intellectual imprint upon our understanding of what it means and, crucially, what it takes to be part of a commonly shared life. How to share, as a citizen, your public concerns with others. How to form a consciousness of your political existence and at the same time coexistence. As a member, as a fellow, or as a partner under conditions of what could be described as collective ordered symbiosis, which for all its human and, I would say, necessarily imperfections, allows one to develop a sense of the common good. Thus, politia as the architecture of organized public symbiosis, as the very soul of a union made up of nested political lives, signifies, at the same time, a legally constituted order, but at the same time also an order that actually reflects the demos concerns, its sense of union and unity too. Now, there exists, schematically at least, 2 sets of hypotheses. One being that for democracy and by extension for EU democracy to exist, demos must meet krasi. The two do not necessarily have to fall in love with each other, as classical or Renaissance republicanism would have us believe. They only have to commit themselves not to divorce from each other, to become symbiotes, partners in a reciprocal, mutually rewarding relationship. For democracy means that the demos rules, that citizens steer the polity to which they belong, or at least to which they feel as belonging. Now the second, the other hypothesis, is that the demos comes later, perhaps much later in the picture. What you need first is a set of institutions which in time will foster a sense of demoshood. We have witnessed this pattern in the many different stories and histories of nation building. Here the polity, defined as previously as the public architecture of organized symbiosis, precedes demos. The latter, demos, that is being constructed, if not invented. Now, democracy here in this second hypothesis, as well as European Union democracy, do not, I would argue, require a conventional, constitutional or territorially defined demos to function as a working democratic order of one kind or other. This, after all, has been the case of Arendt Leiphardt's consociational democracy, which, at the end of the day, is about a polity ensemble inspired as well as directed by primarily elite-driven claims to democratic political stability. But where does the present condition leave Europe? Which of the two hypotheses meet its shape? What does it all mean in terms of European democracy? Underlying these questions is how to transform the present-day Union into a polity, a politia based on a democratic equilibrium between the parallel demands for unity and diversity. And the point being made here is that any attempt at sketching out a comprehensive normative outline of EU democracy should take account of the following, which partly offer a possible answer, always out of many. First, Europe should strive at an extended public space which captures the dialectic coexistence of separate public spheres. Absent a full-blown European demos, there is need for a restructuring of civic strategies towards greater political unity. Something to which the relatively recent Future of Europe conference failed to bring about, partly but surely due to Russia's invasion of the Ukraine. Second, we need new concepts, new conceptual constructs for the kind of demos that is currently emerging in Europe today, that would lead to dynamic, multivariate understandings of organized governance and particularly of organized co-governance, without, however, necessarily capturing its ultimate constitutional shape, that is to say, an end condition of integration. So a related discussion following this is how to move from an EU that approximates the type of polity which may be called organized synarchy. Synarchia is the idea of governing with someone else, namely a political form based on the ordered symbiosis of and among co-determined sovereignties, to one founded on Philip Petit's neo-republican concept of freedom as non-domination, and by extension on dialogical patterns of shared rule. Third, Europe should be seen as a polity-building exercise within which dialogical engagement can become the medium for the transcendence of both hierarchical and territorial forms of power distribution, and can signal a move closer to a composite political unit made up of different legitimacy sources that would entail a balanced mix of forces sharing European political authority and, for all its inherent pluralism, also identity. Fourth, a sense of demoshood, as said before, is needed, but a sense of plural demoshood, along the lines of late constitutional law professor Dimitris Tsatsos' idea of a European sympolity. At least, as the Romans would say, a res publica mixta et composita, drawing from the classical Roman, namely civic republican, if you like, tradition of the mixed constitution, the mixed polity or mixed government. Or, to put it differently, a demos out of many demoi, along the lines of a symbiotic association, as argued in Paul Taylor's work on the European Union as a consociational regional regime, but with a normative twist, namely with a propensity towards a more congruent or connected polity, once, however, learning, socialization and mutual trust become the norm rather than the exception. So a multivariate demos of this kind refers to a plurality of citizens capable of transferring their democratic claims to and via the common central institutions. It does not refer to a community of faith in the sense of a mystical conjunction of myths, narratives, and inventions, or, for that matter, as a self-reflecting remake of an emotionally profound and powerful sense of civicness beyond and not alongside the nation state. But what of the more pragmatic and inevitably state-centric imaging of the present-day union? A possible answer, always among other possible answers, might be that changes in the workings of European institutions, particularly since the coming into force of the Lisbon Treaty back in 2009, have not, this is my view, affected its essentially state-centric nature, preserving a balance of autonomy and integration through the logic of political and legislative co-determination, or what could be called a synergy of co-sovereigns, in which sovereignty sharing, not only authority sharing, but sovereignty sharing, combines different incentives of and for shared rule. This is key, in my view, to understanding the changing norms, culture, and conventions of Westphalian sovereignty, without, however, ascribing to its complete, or for that matter, irrevocable transmutation. It is also key to taking stock of the fact that although sovereignty, state sovereignty, may no longer be defined, to quote Philpott among many others, as supreme authority, it cannot also be convincingly detached from the member state units. Rather, it is about strengthening the member state units through, not despite, their engaging participation within a larger polity-building exercise as described before. Hence, yet another question: is what we describe as an organized synergy a more permanent condition of union, if not a discernible mirroring of what the end state of integration might be? Or is it yet another passing stage of an evolving state of play? Now, although arguments can be made for both takes, the transition from sovereignty to synergy confirms states' disposition to transcending some of the traditional attributes of sovereignty, most notably, perhaps, the right to be involved in their partner's own domestic affairs. And in my view, that is integration's greatest cultural rather than merely legal or institutional achievement. But despite the policy aspirations of the Union, or what is still left of them, its future design is likely to refer less to the subordination of states to a superior political center, and more to their preservation as distinctive but at the same time constitutive units. Distinctive in the sense of retaining their essential state qualities and properties, constituent in the sense of reaching or aspiring to higher levels of collective symbiosis. A broad conclusion might be that the political form term organized synarchy signals a notable departure from merely horizontally coordinated liberal democracies towards novel manifestations of authority sharing within a composite but ordered political aggregate that actually encourages active membership, without the parts losing out their soul as polities or as democracies, and at the end of the day as sovereign states in their own right. The key issue today is not one of more or less Europe, excuse me, or from an axiological angle of the kind of Europe one should strive for. But it is, and I'm sorry to say this, how to keep it all together, given the levels of heterogeneity and fragility, both in its composition and in the divergence of attitudes towards a commonly shared future. Arguably, state-centrism has found itself at the winning end of the table, while the idea of constructing a common future along federalist lines seems to fade away. Likewise, those who sought a kind of constitutional union, or at least a more constitutionalized union, are also in retreat. As a general image, this contradicts the grand projections of the formative years of integration and these envisaged, but in the end failed constitutional designs 20 decades ago. But perhaps this is not all there is to it. For integration, however defined, is now part of states' everyday life, and not least due to the persisting and multiple crises of citizens' also everyday parlance. Rightly or wrongly, it is part of states' culture in dealing with pressing and challenging realities, although these are often shaking the levels of trust not only among the governing elite, but in view of different accounts of common solidarity. And I cannot but simply state here this historical idea of flexible solidarity by the Visegrad Forum. So, common solidarity, or rather its limitations, among the member publics as well. And this is an accomplishment on its own, not as grandiose or unequivocal as federalists or even neo-functionalists had hoped for when they envisaged a state-like political order, but one that would act as an indication, even as a conviction of change in states' general dispositions. Namely, that for all their differences over the end product of the process, or the means towards an end condition of integration, states are conscious of their collective predicament, that more is to be achieved by joining forces rather than by acting alone. In short, the Union may well not be or develop into an ordinary or even imaginative state. It may still lack a strong sense of demoshood. It may have failed to consolidate itself as a prototype federal ordering, but it still constitutes, in my view, an extended political space within which states, together with their democratic publics, can aspire to a series of collective purposes. Now, those favoring the transcendence of the nation-state criticize the Union for a failed federal transformation. Others, who oppose any federalist direction, also criticize it for having gone too far, arguing the case for what is described in the literature as policy repatriation. Still others, who favor a more cohesive and solidary union, whether or not of a constitutional orientation, direct their criticism against any projected scenario of variable geometry schemes on the grounds that these produce intra-systemic fragmentation rather than serve the purpose of ever closer union. And others who position themselves in the far right, fiercely anti-European currents, which I would have to say are no longer treated merely as a crisis-related passing stage, as a symptom that is, but rather as a persistent threat to Europe's own fundamental values, condemn the Union simply or for simply existing. So, can Europe still inspire? Investing, as Dario Castiglione, a colleague of mine at Exeter University, put it, investing in citizens' growing perception that the Union contributes to a fundamental, though multi-layered, institutional and legal order within which citizens can exercise their liberty, then this might well serve the purpose, provided that those at the receiving end navigate their collective life into higher levels of symbiosis. And the challenge is thus set to reinvest in what binds Europeans together as fellow participants in a purposeful, integrative journey. True, their lives, our lives, is part of what we call life within multiple communities. They may not amount to a federal demos. They may also fail to acquire, or as Van der Walt has it, give themselves their own constitution. But they can and should lead their lives as fellow citizens. In this sense, a libation or spondee on the shared life of the Union may give rise to a conceptualization of the European polity as a late modern syspondia, a union among diverse political units and unities too, committed, however, to serving the greater good of their common association. After all, as Strabon tellingly noted in Book 9 of his Geography, the greater the number of the sojourners and the greater the number of the places whence they came, the greater was thought to be the use of their coming together. Syspondia, a collegiate ordering among polities, investing in each other's embrace of their collective political existence, projects an image of an ordered association co-evolving with its also co-evolving component orders. It makes us think of a greater kinon, which invites the parts to a common life, without, however, detaching them from their own. Sharing being the normative referent of the Union's own soul, a catalyst for meeting the demands of sharing. Syspondia is thus about a theory of what a theory of union can reveal about members' willful disposition to combine into a structured but composite political whole. It all comes down then to how Europeans value their own polities in relation to that currently being shaped by all. The language associated with the notion of spondia may well invite an answer by being telling on how to construe such a fascinating late modern political aggregate. And I conclude. All the above assert that an appropriate path to unity is to project an image of union whose democratic credentials stem as much from the member units as they do from its own internal political ordering. Here comes the normative disposition of diverse publics shaping their future in common without endangering the very essence of that plurality, namely its diversity as a celebration of democratic plurality in the sense of a composite public still in line with the fundamental values of Europe's democratic, civic and political tradition. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this excellent speech. So I'm kind of speechless myself. I would like to give the floor to people who might have questions for Professor Saho on his vision.
Thank you very much. Well, as far as the first point is concerned, the idea was to describe an evolving method, not methodology in itself, but a method of integration, or a practice, if you like, of moving integration forward. And this is part of the idea of the new intergovernmentalism. So the idea here, as opposed to our conventional understanding of state centrism in the EU back in the 60s, 70s, or even 80s, is that through intergovernmentalist means or policy tools, you may advance integration. So this, in a way, helps my wider argument about constituting a politia, but a politia which at the very same time is also a politia in plural, a politia and politias at the same time. As to the Spitzenkandidat, I was really disappointed for not seeing the process being carried out a few years ago. Now, possibly, we will have a kind of revival of the process. It is important, but my question here is, do European political parties actually help this process? In other words, we know since the Maastricht Treaty that European political parties, as they were called by the Maastricht Treaty, are actually influencing the political formation of citizens' European identity. I think that in Spitzenkandidat is fine, I totally agree with it, but it has to be supported by a deeper sense of European political identity embedded within the European political parties, not only in their general pre-electoral proclamations, but also actually in intervening, and you mentioned Article 7, why not intervening in the whole of this broad area of Article 7 by European political parties in a clearer, at least, way. So this is just a thought. Finally, yes, I described in my speech that the greatest cultural, I would call it, achievement of European integration is to identify the other member state as being part of your own affairs as well. Of course, at the same time, you are part of theirs. I mean, there is this kind of reciprocity and mutualism without which the whole idea of union has no sense at all. And you rightly point out that this is the case in some policy areas, not in others, obviously. If you take defense, if you take migration, if you take the hardcore of state sovereignty, still we have a gap over there. But even in these areas, there are European restrictions as to how far can a member state go. Now, I would also like to complement to your question by saying that you have the higher constitutional court's policy towards the Union, and you have a kind of alliance of the constitutional courts against the idea of state sovereignty being, in a way, eroded. And this does not help, and it does not help because at the end of the day, the European nation state is still with us. I do not believe, particularly since the German Constitutional Court's ruling, that there is any way that the European Union can take action in areas that are not clearly defined in the treaties and can even erode state sovereignty, acting as a political actor in its own right. So I believe that this, in a way, comes to support this wider skepticism and criticism towards Europe altogether. It has a political, there is a political goal to be achieved behind it, rather than being an honest expression that this particular union with the Lisbon Treaty does represent a challenge to state sovereignty. It is a union, after all. It is not, and most likely will not become a state.
Anyone else? Yes, please.
I'm not sure what legitimacy I have as a Brit talking about the EU. I'm not quite sure whether my question is going to get forward in what I was about to say. As an aside, I now think I have, since Brexit, clocked up over 24 hours of my wasted life standing in what I call Boris queues to get into the EU. Because no longer can we use our passports that just let us straight through. We have to stand in line with all of the Chinese and the Americans and everybody else. And it's to them that I feel most apologetic. But my area is trying to protect cultural property during our conflict. So my interest at the moment in terms of the EU is the reaction to the Ukrainian situation. But also I hope, better formulated thinking that is presented in at least the British press about the possibility of that expanding in any other way. And of course the EU therefore overlaps in many ways with NATO in that respect, and there's a clash of interests there. But from the British press, which is even the left-wing British press, fairly right-wing, there seems to be a move towards a lack of consensus across Europe in how to deal with potential further Russian Federation aggression. And that can't be a good thing. And so we have President Macron saying, we're going to send French troops. There's the revelation, if it needed to be a revelation, that British troops are already there. How is that? Do you have a crystal ball? And how is that fit?
You have to ask Bifia.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
But no, I would certainly agree with you that as far as EU and NATO is concerned, that there is a very delicate line that not only must not be crossed, but must not be seen as even potentially being in the process of being crossed. And I think this is fundamental because it tells us something about the ancientness of what Europeans call we call the strategic autonomy, which is not there yet. So I would certainly agree with you that the European Union does not, in a way, has not as yet found a way in which it can combine both its, let's say, following Ian Manner's normative strength with its actual capacity to be practically involved in the conflict. Now, the other point, and I'm not a foreign policy expert or a defense analyst or a proper international relations student. The other point, which is crucially important, is the question of the Ukraine being part of the European Union at some stage in the future. Now, we do know that there is an intention or a goodwill, as it were, for that to happen. And I would see that this is probably the only way forward for the Ukraine. Now, this will take probably a lot of time. There has to be a clear end of the conflict, and it has to be absolutely clear what the status of this country will be when we have a kind of ending of the war. And I'm sure that the European Union leaders, politically and morally, ethically at least, are committed to having Ukraine as a full member of the European Union. But this will probably take place as a phased process, as a, how is it called, process-phased, or phased process orientation. It will take perhaps even more than 10 years or so. This is what I hear from people who are more into this discussion. But the political commitment is important at this stage. And I would agree with you that to have a more aggressive, as it were, role in the part of the European Union does not seem to be the order of the day. There is also a huge issue, a very important issue, that has to do with the Union's capacity simply to intervene only in humanitarian and peace-building operations, etc. And to change that, you have to change the treaty. And to change the treaty seems to be an almost impossible task at the moment, because you have the whole bargain again being open. And I don't think that with the 27 member states, at least states that a new European treaty has any lack of coming into being. So it will be a kind of very carefully designed steps and stages towards an accommodation of the Ukraine under the EU, but very carefully designed.
Could I make a theoretical remark to close this? Because I see no one else. I would have the temptation to draw to your attention the possibility of drawing from our own historical traditions in Europe, drawing from them to maintain a model of political symbiosis that you talked about. This is not something new for Europe. Actually, it's something very old and venerable, I would say. And I mean the notion of shared and mixed sovereignty. Way back in the 16th and 17th centuries, the Protestant monarchical mass were fully in favor of such a shared, partagé, mixed sovereignty. And this came from even earlier as the outcome of a long tradition stemming from the life of autonomous cities and communities in places like the Netherlands, with their municipal privileges. Many people, for example, Theodore of Beza, who was the successor of Jean Calvin, famous Calvin, talked about the king being legitimate in his own right and not a tyrant, only if and to the extent that he be elected by the so-called magistrates, the nobles, the States General, who were a sort of primitive parliament, composed of representatives of the three orders of pre-revolutionary society. So if you embed these levels, the municipal level with the privileges, the autonomy of cities and communities, the, let's call it legislative level with the States General, the Parliament, the nobles, the magistrates, the lower magistrates, and the executive, of course, level, which is the upper sphere, the visible sphere of politics with the rulers, the presidents, the chiefs, and so on. And you combine these things into a sort of shared, mixed picture. That is at the basis of one of these traditions of sovereignty in Europe. So sovereignty was never actually about a univocal, monolithic kind of, block thing. It actually became that in the 20th century, in my sense, with, the rise of regimes, more or less. And it's not only a Westphalian, I would like to say, tradition, there's also this tradition, which is very vivid. It was also a driving force of many of the things that happened in Europe. Mainly these, Catholic-Protestant conflict as to who is legitimate. So, for instance, the Querelle des Instituts, the quarrel of investitures. Who is legitimate to rule in the name of the people? So if we just, the idea is, why not draw from our history and say that this is not something strange or new that we're asking here. It's not something that is unorthodox, actually. It's something very orthodox and very deep inside our European sort of political DNA, like we say. And that is actually the source of modern liberal democracy. The real source is way back there after the massacre of Saint Bartholomew in the 16th and 17th century. The uprising of the Protestants who were not willing to cope with the absolutist ruling by Catholic kings, especially in France. So, why not go back there and say, it's a kind of argument, all these words, the historical argument has its own legitimacy, because these things happened and they were active in Europe. It's not something new, it's not something driven from above, it's not something extra-national. It is at the core of nations like the Netherlands, as I said, or Switzerland, or things like that. So what about this?
Yes, this is a plausible analogy that you draw.
It's too polite.
Plausible, it's like plausible and reliable as well as far as the historical argument is concerned. I have simply tried to in this compact time to introduce Johannes Sarkozy's argument about shared sovereignty. And how we move on from Baudin and the idea of absolute sovereignty of 1575 into an idea that the universalists of Lucius called polity, the wider commonwealth, may well embrace a variety of organizations, political organizations, social organizations, etc., that would live together in a state of symbiosis. That being the idea of sharing at the end of the day, rights and duties. So yes, the historical argument has been there from a variety of angles. I would also add the idea of neo-medieval Europe, which is also a reflection of what you were actually saying. Yes. The idea of Dobson, of a kind of, in Greek is polypolitia, multi-polity is the idea there. So yes, all this has at its core the idea of pluralism, and if I am more accurately perhaps of plurality. So yes, Europe has always been a plurality, even after the formation of the nation states, remains a plurality, but at the end of the day, since Westphalia, you have something which never ceased to be important, and that is territory. And this is where this kind of argument, in a way, perhaps is not a universal line. Does not cover all the various important aspects. Territory still being extremely important. We were saying before that yes, everyone thinks that the other member partner is part of their own domestic affairs, part of their own domestic affairs. This is a recognition. It is not something that has evolved naturally. And it also rests on the idea of a common bond. Now that bond, in the context of the Union, which is a 72 or 73-year-old bond, is identifiable, is relatively strong as compared to other confederate unions, but it is not as strong as the idea of participating politics within a federal state. So there still has to be a lot of work in constituting the idea of a European nation, of a European spondia, for that matter, of a European cispondia. But we have covered a very, very long way. And this is why I have always believed that it is extremely important, apart from the criticism and all that, to point out the achievements.
Just the last question. What do you think is capitalism?
It's going to give the lecture all over again. Well, what seems to be missing from my point of view is a twin patriotism. A twin patriotism. We have patriotism, not nationalism, patriotism, which is there as far as our states are concerned. And I would like to see that patriotism being part of a wider patriotism, dealing not necessarily with the Habermasian constitutional patriotism, etc., but the idea of the common values being shared. Because at the end of the day, we shall not cease to be national citizens, but the common ground is based upon certain values. And the Holy Trinity is, of course, legal liberty, democracy, and the rule of law. So that being the case, I would like to see more enhanced the idea of a twin patriotism complementing that already being formed and well formed the nation state.
Very good, excellent. So that's it. We have to conclude now for this first part of our conference here. I thank everyone for their attendance.
Issue facing humanity. As global temperature increase, floods, fires, storms are becoming both more intense and more frequent. So people are suffering and their cultural heritage also. So the nexus between cultural property protection and climate change is a relatively new area of interest that has gained attention recently. Many questions arise in this problematic. How climate change is linked to cultural property protection. What policy responses can we see to deal with the impacts of climate change to cultural property protection? Then, how should we address the nexus between cultural heritage and cultural property protection as a standalone issue that should be addressed by itself with its own framework, or in relation with other agendas and existing areas of cooperation? And where do we stand in terms of mindset, knowledge, and practice? So we have with us a wonderful group of experts in the field to discuss these and other related questions. I'm delighted to give the floor to our first speaker, Professor Peter Stone, UNESCO Chair Holder in Cultural Property Protection and Peace at Newcastle University. and President of the Blue Shield, which is the equivalent, the cultural equivalent to the Red Cross. And for those of you who don't know, Blue Shield is a network of committees across the world that is committed to the protection of the world's cultural property and is concerned with the protection of cultural heritage, both tangible and intangible, in the event of conflict or natural disaster, including human-made disaster, such as climate change. So, Professor Stone, how can Blue Shield react to, and most importantly, prepare for issues relating to climate change? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I note this really is a question because I have no answer to this as yet, as the President of the Blue Shield. You will see two logos at the bottom that you've already seen or heard referred to. The one on the far side is my UNESCO chair at Newcastle, and I have to stress, as all UNESCO chairs do, that I do not speak for UNESCO, I do not work for UNESCO, I am not paid by UNESCO. The best description of the UNESCO chair is that I am a critical friend of UNESCO in the areas that overlap. And it has been pointed out on occasion by colleagues in UNESCO that I might be a little too critical. Let's move back on. What I do speak for is the organisation on this side of the slide, the Blue Shield, and it is the Blue Shield, if I can get this to work. Okay, thank you. This is really a scoping exercise, as I call it, on behalf of the Blue Shield. It is, to my knowledge, the first time that a panel at a conference has specifically tried to relate the issue of climate change and the issue of cultural property protection. There have been similar issues talked about in terms of climate change and conflict, but not about the protection of cultural property during conflict. And this is the first step of something that will, I hope, take a few iterations over the next 12 months or so, and possibly leading to a publication in this area. I just want to take us back, though, to immediately following the Second World War and the reaction of the international community at that point. A lot of which was driven by this individual, Raphael Lemkin, a Polish Jew, a lawyer who escaped from Poland just in time in the 1930s, but who had been thinking about the whole concept of massacres of minority groups in history for many years. And in 1933, he penned the outline thinking of what was to become the 1948 Genocide Convention. And Lemkin actually invented the word genocide, it didn't exist. And with his thinking, while he had two ideas of genocide, barbarism and vandalism. Barbarism was the genocide against people, vandalism, which in his mind frequently, if not always preceded barbarism, was the genocide against their cultural property, their heritage. And he argued that the two were indivisibly intertwined, a point that I would completely agree with. However, for issues that we haven't got time to go into now, vandalism was dropped from the convention and only barbarism left through. However, vandalism was addressed at the Nuremberg trials, for example, with senior Nazis being prosecuted and convicted for crimes against cultural property. It became an element of the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And in the last...
Is it acting up?
It's acting up. And in the last of the major conventions following the Second World War, it was a critical element of the 1954 Hague Convention on the protection of cultural property, the language of the time, in the event of armed conflict. But in his introductory speech to a group of experts put together to draft the Hague Convention in 1953, Luther Evans, the then Director General of UNESCO, said these words, and I read them just the first bit. "It is our objective today, gentlemen," and of course at that time they all were gentlemen in the room, "to lay the foundations of what I may call the Red Cross for cultural property." And in the next 3 months, that was honed into a concept called the blue and white shield, for obvious reasons, it being blue and white. But the idea of that new organisation took some time to develop. It only was created 42 years later and created as a heritage NGO in 1996. Established under Dutch law eventually, but with no funding. Funding came along 21 years later through actually some support from my UNESCO chair at the University of Newcastle, let's say. And that's where we are at the moment, an unsustainable situation, but one that I hope will change this year. At the moment we have 32 national committees globally, with another 10 or more under some form of preparation. And there is, of course, a vibrant committee in Greece. We envisage Blue Shield as a triangle set within a circle. So the triangle is not just about the heritage sector. It's about the 3 critical sectors that have to work together if cultural property is going to be protected during armed conflict. The heritage sector, the humanitarian sector, and what we call the uniform sector, including the armed forces, but also police, emergency services and others. And inside the triangle, there is an area where a military colleague says there are no stupid questions, where we can all work together to build, in Blue Shield terms and language, healthy, peaceful, stable, secure, sustainable communities, because it is those communities that are the bedrock of stable and peaceful societies, which hopefully can lead to global peace. Not a small, aspiration, but that's where we're working towards. But that work within the triangle is set within the broader circle of the context of the political context. Is cultural property going to be a tool of reconciliation, or is it actually going to be a reason for going to war, a weapon in war and a target in war? The legal situation, what parts of international law have various partners to a conflict dealt with, and the media context. And so that's where we are at the moment. We try to standardise all that we do by getting all national committees and Blue Shield centrally to plan to and report on an annual basis 6 areas of activity. I'm not going to go through all of those on the screen, but they're there and they don't have to be prioritised in this order, but they all have to be addressed in some way. We also have a common theme of the 8 threats to cultural property during conflict. And again, we don't have to go through those in detail, but just to show you the coherence of the organisation and the framework under which we work. Some of the stuff that we do at the moment, just to give you a very quick understanding, we work a lot with NATO at the moment. My aspiration is that we will work with the Rio Pact, the Gulf Coordination Committee, the ASEAN countries and everybody else in the same way, but at the moment we are 2.5 people. So we do a lot of work with NATO on a template for cultural property protection information going into their no strike lists. We work a lot on NATO exercises, putting issues around cultural property protection into those, and on the development of a policy with them. We work, again, and I'm not going to go through the list, with a lot of other countries and their militaries. We are developing courses with peacekeeping deployments, and we now have an annual course, week-long course for peacekeepers run through the UN school, training school in Ireland. As another example of some of the stuff that we do, we have been supporting the protection of not only cultural property but critically cultural workers in Afghanistan, and that leads into some of the work that we do being confidential. We've also been working since 2022, raising the awareness of CPP issues with other countries in Eastern Europe. We've been working closely with colleagues in Ukraine, but we also work, because we are committed in the same way that the ICRC is, to working with all partners to a conflict, that we work with the Russian Federation as well to try to get them to implement their responsibilities under international humanitarian law as well. And we have done 50 plus presentations in apparently 27 countries. Feels like about 127, but over the last few years. And we're working in Iraq and Syria at the moment. We did a lot of work following the explosion at the port in Beirut with colleagues there. But at the moment, and this is coming back to the reason that we're here, is we're looking to the future. And there are a whole range of issues that are new to the work which wasn't there essentially in 1954. So the development of military technology is running as fast as anybody can try and catch up. That is changing military tactics and the way that war is fought. So we have to try and keep up with those issues if we're going to protect cultural property during that war. There is a whole issue around cyber conflict, which if we had 5 more minutes I would terrify you about, but believe me, that keeps me awake at night sometimes. Something that doesn't yet keep me awake is artificial intelligence, because I don't understand it enough, but I'm sure I will keep me awake when I do. There are whole issues about pandemics and other health security issues that we've been hearing some elements of today. But then the one that we're going to listen to now, effectively from 3 experts in the field, of which I am not, is climate change and cultural property protection. So I'm going to stop there. Thank you for listening, and I will
this very clear introduction. Now I'll give the floor to our second speaker, Dr. William Megarry, Senior Lecturer in Geographical Information Science and Archaeology and Paleontology at Queen's University Belfast, and focal point for climate change at the International Council of Monuments and Sites, and head of ICOMOS Climate Action Working Group, to give us his perspective on the intersections between cultural heritage and climate change. Will you have the floor?
Great, thank you very much. Καλησπέρα σας. Είμαι Megarry με αρχαιολογία στην Ιρλανδία. My name is Will Megarry. I'm an archaeologist from Ireland, where I teach at Queen's University Belfast, and I'm also the focal point for climate change at the International Council on Monuments and Sites, or ICOMOS, and head of its Climate Action Working Group. ICOMOS has nearly 15,000 members all around the world, drawing from a range of cultural backgrounds. We are one of the statutory advisory bodies to UNESCO pertaining to cultural heritage, but our remit is far wider than this, working with all forms of cultural heritage around the world, not just world heritage. So what I'd like to talk about today is a couple of challenges that we are finding in working with climate change and cultural heritage. ICOMOS has been involved in climate action and cultural heritage for over 10 years. We're one of the earlier professional heritage organizations to engage on the topic. We have collaborated with a wide range of partners over the year, and we have outputted quite a lot of various reports, policy documents, and contributed to various large initiatives. So rather than trying to provide an overview of all that in 15 minutes, what I thought I'd do is focus more on some of the specific challenges which I feel intersect with some of what Peter just excellently outlined. Specifically points of conflict, not necessarily direct conflict, but maybe conflict in how we do heritage, and maybe some thoughts about how we might go about responding to them. It's no news to anybody that climate change is one of the great threats of our time, if not the great threat of our time. And this threat, of course, extends to our heritage, both cultural and natural. And just like climate change is forcing us to rethink how we live, it's also requiring us to rethink how we do heritage. So many of the tools in heritage which have evolved over the last 30 or 40 years, specifically with regards to understanding risk assessments, need to be rethought of in light of climate change. And one of ICMOS's core roles over the last decade has been rethinking how we approach tools and technologies which will allow us to better prepare our cultural heritage for climate change. One of the key findings of a recent co-sponsored meeting we organised at ICMOS with both UNESCO and the IPCC, or Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and published in our Global Research and Action Agenda, which is available to download anybody who wants to, is that there's the need to rethink risk at heritage sites in terms of climate change. And this is because a lot of the established climate risk approaches ignore values associated with communities, they ignore different worldviews and practices, and the engagement of broader community actors, which are so central to how we do and understand heritage. Central to this as well is an increasing understanding within the IPCC itself, which is the kind of global government which advises, global body which advises governments on climate action based on science, the available science, is that risk is becoming more complicated. And it's becoming intersectional, risk is becoming compounded, and that an original concept of thinking about risk, which mainly looked at very direct risk posed by climate change, are now need to be think about in a more compounded capacity, that one risk impacts the others, and that they may aggravate climate stressors, or that climate stressors may aggravate other risks. And perhaps the best way to illustrate this is to look at how the IPCC itself has been redefining risk over the last 10 years. So the IPCC engages in assessment cycles. The AR5, which was published around 2014, incorporated this key concept of diversity of values in our understanding of risk, and that's very important for us in heritage. It also understands risk as an interaction of various factors, including vulnerability, exposures, and climate hazards itself. In the AR6 report, which was published in 2022 and 2026, they extended this idea to look at the socio-economic changes and human decision-making that can change over time, which also contribute to risk. So this places a larger emphasis on the social and economic vulnerabilities, of which conflict is one, which may contribute to our understanding of risk. So to come back briefly to the question of values, in ICMOS and in the heritage sector, values lie at the core of conservation. The Borough Charter, a seminal document for those operating within conservation, say that values should be taken into account in all conservation decisions, and that we shouldn't place unwarranted emphasis on one value at the expense of another. But climate change is challenging this, because with climate change we're seeing significant risks to a wide range of values that don't always intersect and don't always align with each other. To put this in the context of a conflict we've already seen in values, At World Heritage Sites, the emphasis is often on the preservation of outstanding universal value above other local, say, social, economic, community values. This represents conflict and is at odds with the ethos of the Borough Charter, which requires us not to prioritise one value over another. With the urgency of climate change, we're often seeing decisions being made which, for want of a better phrase, may preserve the building at the sake of the people who live within it, because they make decisions on values that are not people-centred. And indeed, we see this in current conflicts in Europe and around the world, that the different cultural values lead to different perspectives on climate action. In the last few months, we've seen protests in favour of more aggressive climate action in places like Germany, while also seeing protests from the agricultural sector and farmers in places like the Netherlands, and they are not against climate action, they are just against the impact these actions have on their values, have on their way of lives, have on their communities. These are conflicts which we in the cultural heritage sector are ideally situated to respond to. Also central to this complex understanding of risk is the idea that climate justice and equity need to lie at our understanding of it, and very central to our understanding of it. In the 2022 Working Group 2 report from the IPCC, they indicated for the very first time that socio-economic factors, including inequality and patterns of inequity, and specifically colonialism and governance, have a high confidence statistical interaction with the level of risk and vulnerability of human systems and ecosystems. To illustrate this in a way that maybe we as academics might understand, the graphs here, which are taken from one of our white papers from our co-sponsored meeting, indicate the origins of first authors and institutions producing research into cultural heritage and climate impacts. These are almost entirely from North America, Europe, Australia, and some parts of Asia. This means that our understanding of risk through systems like the IPCC and these various socio-economic socio-economic vulnerabilities which contribute to risk are almost entirely formed by research from places and by people in the first world. Our understanding in Africa, Latin America, large parts of Africa is virtually non-existent. How can we make good decisions if we don't understand the risks in these places? And these are also places where we often see emerging conflicts. One of our responses to this within ICMOS has been working on tools and methodologies which place values at the heart of the process, one of which is the Climate Vulnerability Index, where we've partnered with colleagues in Australia who have developed this tool. This tool starts by looking at values and before looking at the particular impacts on these values from climate models and climate hazards, but also then take into account other factors, including the resilience or adaptive capacities of systems and socio-economic vulnerability. So it works with communities to identify the things that may contribute and make climate change worse, or the things that may be made worse by the contribution of climate change. The second challenge I'd like to talk about more briefly is the question of climate literacy. Sometimes it seems that there are endless studies at the moment on climate change and what we can do to respond to climate change. But two of these larger studies, and pretty much all of these studies in fact, when they ask people, when they go out and they do surveys and scoping studies, the single greatest obstacle and barrier to climate action in the cultural heritage sector is a lack of capacity and a deficit in resources. Essentially, people want to engage in climate action in the heritage sector, but they don't necessarily know how to do it, and they don't know how to do it well. Both our own triennial scientific plan, the ICMOS, which surveyed all our ICMOS members, and also the UNESCO policy document on climate action for World Heritage, which did surveys of World Heritage site managers around the world, both identified the lack of capacity and literacy as the primary obstacle to climate action. And we have a responsibility as people in the academy to respond to this. The image on the right here shows all of our first year students at my university undertaking foundational carbon and climate literacy in their first week as undergraduates. These are archaeologists, geographers, architects, civil engineers and planners. The first thing they do together is climate literacy. This creates a foundation for their further education. And within ICOMOS, a huge part of this is thinking outside of our silos. I think as heritage professionals, we become very comfortable in our silos, be they as architects or archaeologists, be they as heritage practitioners or planners or even civil servants. We're used to working within our silos, but climate change requires us to think outside of these geographical, educational, professional and community silos. As a truly geopolitical issue, climate change transcends disciplines and requires us to speak to those in climate science, to those in planning, to those engaged in conflict resolution, to those engaged in international policy development. We cannot do it unless we engage with those people, but this requires an increase in literacy and knowledge of these areas. This has been the basis of our Preserving Legacies project in ICOMOS, funded by the National Geographic, which doesn't aim to train in a specific tool or methodology. Our experience would indicate that individual tools, there's no one individual tool or approach or set of tools that can address these challenges of understanding risk within the cultural heritage sector. Instead, it's got to be based on a broader increase in capacity amongst the heritage sector. The Preserving Legacies project then aims to work with every community around the world engaging with cultural heritage to give them the knowledge and technical training necessary to respond to the climate crisis. In our first year, which just came to an end in February, we worked with 10 sites around the world, predominantly World Heritage Sites, but not all World Heritage Sites, and children from a broad range of heritage typologies, including cultural landscapes, archaeological sites, urban areas, and intangible cultures associated with indigenous people. We're just going to be starting the second year of this project next month, and our sites are now majority non-World Heritage Sites, which I think is an important development because there tends to be a feeling that World Heritage Sites get most of the attention when actually a lot of the resources are also needed elsewhere. As part of this course, with custodians from each of these sites, 20 this year and more, 20 last year and more this year, we go through a 4-module training course, introducing people to understanding values and dealing with plural value systems, with climate change knowledge, including the knowledge of the climate scientists and indigenous peoples and local communities. An in-person practical workshop at one of these sites looking at assessing vulnerability and risk. And then finally, engaging in how we prepare for adaptation and making adaptation measures at our sites. And these courses involve inputs from a wide range of the ICOMOS community. As a spin-off from this project, we're also developing climate change literacy for heritage professionals. This is a 4-module course that will be run over 1 or 2 days, where we take people with no knowledge of climate change, and over the course of 4 modules, we talk them through the core aspects of climate change, from science and impacts, to understanding carbon footprints, to understanding adaptation and mitigation, and also climate justice and equity. And we'll be delivering this over the next year, both online and in person. Finally then, the working group has also been producing toolkits. I always laugh about this because I feel like everybody's making toolkits at the moment. It seems to be the thing to make. But what these really are short guides and lists of resources for people in the heritage sector who want to upskill and engage more in the area of climate action. We've produced 2 so far, one on climate justice, another on adaptation, and they introduce the problems and provide some practical steps as to how heritage can respond to them. One of the great benefits of these is they're short, so we have been able to translate them into over 12 languages around the world, which goes some way to addressing the geographical imbalance of research and resources, which we saw in previous slides. So I'm going to stop there, and I'd just like to thank all the people and all the partners engaged in this. And thank you also today for Peter and everybody for asking me to engage in this very important topic. As Peter says, I think the actual connectivity between conflict and climate change is very difficult to actually clearly outline. But I think it's without a doubt, we can say without a doubt and with some confidence that there is a strong connection that needs to be explored further in the future. Thank you.
Insightful presentation. You highlighted the main challenges, you talked about pathways for meaningful solutions, and You also mentioned that breaking silos is a sine qua non condition to make these pathways work. So I'll give the floor to our third speaker, Professor Tim Clark, who is also joining us online. Tim Clark is Associate Professor of Archaeology and Anthropology at the University of Oxford, and he will give us his view from the climate change and insecurity project. Tim, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? I'm going to try and share the screen.
Yes, we can see your screen as well.
Great, you can see the slides as well. Yeah. Okay. If there's any issue, please let me know. Good afternoon, everybody. I need to apologise to begin with. I've got a bit of a cough, so if I start spluttering, please forgive me. By way of introduction, yeah, I'm Tim Clark. I'm an anthropologist and archaeologist based at Oxford, and I look at various conflict drivers in my research, including climate change, heritage destruction, identities, and forms of propaganda. Now, because Peter, William, and Tonya are going to focus more on the cultural property side, I think I'm going to concentrate my talk a bit more on the kind of shifting context, and thank you, William, just then for kind of setting me up in terms of the linkages between climate change and conflict, because that's what I'm going to kind of focus on, this nexus, because ultimately more conflict, history tells us, equates to a greater need for cultural property protection. Just very quickly, I'll say a few things about the Climate Change and Security Project, just by way of introduction. It's a collaboration between the University of Oxford and the Centre for Historical and Armed Conflict Research. These are the project's aims. They're quite straightforward. Really, it's about getting kind of decision takers and practitioners thinking about climate change and the kind of risks and threats that it poses, to be better positioned in terms of the mitigation and adaptation space, and that's obviously the kind of risks from climate change that are on the immediate horizon and those that are a little bit later in terms of time frame. This is the team, a mix of academic specialists, but also specialists in research, policy, and practice. And we work with various organisations on assorted projects and outputs. There is a growing kind of momentum of interest in the topic. That's important, and I think reflects that the impacts of climate change are also being recognised and can continue to escalate. They can no longer be ignored. I would caveat that though to kind of make the point that there remains to be a kind of move from understanding to response. So it's very heartening to see that there is kind of responses being kind of thought about and actually happening in kind of various areas. Okay. Project outputs, quite a few are kind of openly available. Various kind of websites, there's also resources on those websites, including recordings about conferences and briefing papers, that kind of thing. And please do explore those resources if this is of interest. I'll make one plug. This is a recent book the team put together. It was published at the end of last year, but it looks at various kind of dimensions of this kind of conflict and climate change relationship, both in terms of kind of themes, geographies, and kind of temporalities to a degree as well. Okay, I think that's enough by way of background. I did that in big handfuls just to save time. But the focus of what I want to talk about today then is climate and insecurity as a context for increased demand for cultural property protection type activities. So where are we? The evidence for global heating is clear. Anthropogenic climate change is happening and it's picking up pace. Very famous report, August 2021, the IPCC noted a 1.1 degree average global temperature increase from pre-industrial levels. Actually, we can kind of offer greater resolution there. So there's actually 1.6 degrees over land and 0.9 degrees over the sea. Most people live on the land, so there's kind of issues there, and not least the point that the Paris Agreement of 2015 was trying to constrain temperature increases to 1.5 degrees. So in many ways we're already over that. And of course that report is August 2021. It took 18 months to pull the data together. We're now in 2024. So those numbers are significantly out of date, and that kind of explains why we're seeing the kind of tempo of extreme weather events in various parts of the world today. I'll just show you a few more bits of data. So this is an interesting chart. This is kind of stock take of last year. November 2023 saw the highest global average temperatures in human history. So that's the 2 hottest days in 125,000 years. Moreover, 2023 was the hottest year on record, and every single day saw temperature at least 1 degree above pre-industrial levels in terms of global averages. So it's becoming increasingly clear that we move beyond a kind of climatic world of a once-in-a-100-year event through a once-in-a-never event to a situation where extreme climatic episodes have become the new normal in many parts of the world. Here's another chart. Again, lots of red, and this is why many people suggest now we should be talking about global heating rather than global warming. I've included this graph just to kind of make the point that kind of despite being aware of the risk and the challenge, we, the global we, kind of society, are just not responding anywhere near urgently enough. So there's a huge gap between existing kind of carbon reduction policies in red at the top there and the pledge policies in yellow. So there's a say and do gap. We're saying we're going to do one thing and then we're not actually delivering on it. And then, even more frighteningly, there is a chasm between those lines and the pathways in light and dark blue, which represent the 1.5 and 2 degree kind of emissions pathways. So there's a kind of reality here that climate change is going to kind of continue. We aren't doing things, we aren't responding as kind of quickly as we should. And so we're perhaps moving from the kind of mitigation side of things to the adaptation side of things. We're going to have to respond to a warmer world. And many forecasters declare that we're looking at a minimum of 2.8 to 3.2 degrees by 2050 at this point. And that's if most people still get on track and hit the pledge zero policy by 2050, of course. What does that kind of all mean? It means hockey stick charts like this, unfortunately. So the types of changes we're living through now and future generations will live through shortly will be significant, and will be of an order of magnitude worse than what has gone before. So we're already in unprecedented territory in terms of kind of global humanity, but obviously there is far worse to come, potentially, with the possibility of restricting that still. Another dimension of this, which I think is particularly relevant for this discussion, are the kind of risks from things like sea level change. As you can see from the information on the slide here, it's accelerating to 4.62 millimetres a year in 2013 to 22. The following decade, sorry, the decade before that, 2.77 millimetres. So the sea level is rising, and it's rising at a kind of accelerated rate. There's a time lag in terms of kind of meltwater actually adding to the sea level rise. So we're going to see more of that. And then at the bottom there are some best and worst case scenarios by the end of the century. So if we stick to a 1.5 degree kind of carbon reality, kind of more sustainable reality, we're looking at about 0.5 metre worth of sea level rise. If we're kind of continuing with the kind of really hardcore fossil fuel kind of consumption scenario, we could be looking at about 4 metres worth of sea level rise. And obviously that's, at the more extreme end, that presents significant challenges, particularly to people living in low-lying areas. NASA data areas under threat. The UK map there is with a 1 metre rise, that's with no kind of coastal defences being kind of put in place. And then the other map shows areas of greatest risk of submersion based on a 6 to 8 metre rise. So that's very much a kind of more extreme end of what is predicted, but nonetheless that's a huge amount of land that is potentially impacted. And we might think that through a little bit in terms of what that means for states and the heritage kind of therein. So, in some senses, climate change could result in a cancellation of all part of this kind of state's territory. Territory, of course, is one of the defining constitutive elements of the state. Many at-risk Pacific Island nations are conscious that sea level rise could see their sovereign land and within it all immovable cultural property, cultural heritage being lost. To existing law, a state is based on territory, population, and government. If the population has to leave, then the state effectively ceases to exist, and if the population leaves, any residual cultural property would self-evidently no longer be protected under either national or international legislation. So, once I bring that together to a kind of concluding point, it's that the situation is not great, and it's going to get worse, and it's going to get worse for everyone. Climate change and the impacts of climate change will not respect national boundaries. In many respects, the atmosphere and the oceans are global commons, and we are connected to both in kind of many ways, and we have to kind of bear that in mind. Okay, so as this slide kind of demonstrates, the media picked up on this relationship between climate change and conflict. Moreover, we can say that the militaries of lots of countries are already on operations because of climate change. Militaries are being called out due to a lack of kind of capacity by other agencies within states. The military are being called out to respond to wildfires, to floods, other kind of climate change hazards all over the world. And within the last kind of year or so, it's everywhere from Australia, China, Mexico, Greece, and the UK. A huge number of examples that are ever growing, and often it's multiple times every year that those militaries are kind of being called out. And because of that, the militaries are responding, and they're organising their disaster response operations in such a way that aid is being kind of forward located, kind of aid a kind of quick response, and perhaps there are lessons there for cultural property protection agencies to kind of help to kind of develop foresight to kind of underpin preemptive action in those kind of climate vulnerable kind of areas. The greatest threat to global security is and has been conflict. Numerous studies have now shown that climate change makes conflict more likely. It's never a kind of singular driver, but it's always, it's often apparent and linked to conditions of a kind of other stress, economic stress, political stress, identity stresses, sectarianism and so on. And then there's other stresses as well that underpin those, things like food, water, energy, migration, these things compound pre-existing issues. The kind of classic example that people use is the 2011 Arab Spring and the fact that that was underpinned in part by multi-year droughts, cost of living crises, rural to urban migration, and kind of soaring food prices and unemployment and things undeniable. But climate change was part of the picture there, although the context is much more complicated than that. We can look at other parts of the world that are potentially at greatest risk. Currently, the US did a report on this in 2021. And they identified 11 countries of great concern based on the threat of climate change. And these are countries that were assessed to be both vulnerable to the physical effects of climate, but also lacking the capacity to adapt to those risks. And these are the 11 countries at the top of their list. So India, Pakistan, North Korea, Afghanistan, Iran, Burma, Colombia, Guatemala, Haiti, Honduras, and Nicaragua. There are also other areas that were kind of noted as being highly vulnerable as well in Central Africa and the Pacific Islands. But what you'll recognise from this list, I would think, is that these are countries that we can also kind of characterise as being quite high up on most instability, corruption, and economic inequality indices. And so there's a whole storm there of additional challenges which undermine kind of resilience. So you've got the kind of situation of the kind of climate impact, but then you've got the lack of kind of defensive countermeasures that can be kind of put in place in a kind of protective type way. And the report goes on, it's quite clear that there's very real possibilities that climate change could precipitate kind of state or sub-state collapse in kind of certain parts in the coming decade. I'll mention a few of these things in a little bit more detail, but I'm conscious of time. So firstly, there's kind of water security. The UN estimates that 1.8 billion people around the world will be living in conditions of absolute water scarcity by the end of 2025. That means there's not enough water to sustain the human population and the natural ecosystem. So something's got to give. But by the same day, 2/3 of the world, that's 2/3, are forecast to live under conditions of water stress. That means they don't have an adequate kind of supply and issues of kind of quality and accessibility. And water is regularly used as a weapon in assorted kind of conflict contexts. Wells are often poisoned, irrigation systems are destroyed, both modern and traditional. Water supplies are cut off to intimidate and control. Then there's food security. So water's linked in here. This map, quite famous map, actually shows a projection of the world in 2070 based on a warming scenario of 2 to 2.5 degrees. The dark red are the areas outside of the range of viable human habitation. So that means humans basically aren't going to be able to live there unless other kind of technological mitigations, adaptations are kind of put in place. There's a lot of red there. 2070 isn't that far away, what will happen when the people who live in those areas can no longer feed themselves? There's going to be increased competition for resources, there's going to be human security violations, and there's going to be out-migration. It's inevitable under those conditions. Then we have health security. There's a whole range of ways that climate change presents risks here. So things like flooding can overwhelm infrastructure, so sewers can be overrun, and you get cholera, diarrheal outbreaks. If food security worsens, alternative food sources are then required, so you're likely to see increased consumption of bushmeat. That escalates risks of cross-species contamination. So think kind of Ebola, potentially COVID as well, COVID-19. And there's a kind of proximity issue as well in terms of, so in the case of Ebola, it was lots of rain over short periods increased the amount of food that was available. That brought bats into those areas, and then the human and kind of bat proximity resulted in Ebola kind of outbreaks. Climate can cause other kind of issues as well. So the malaria zone, for example, is getting bigger. The mosquito kills hundreds of thousands of people each year. But there's a similar story for other mosquito-borne diseases, so dengue fever, West Nile virus, Zika virus, and also tick-borne diseases, so typhus, tick-borne encephalitis, Lyme disease. The ranges of those insects increase, so does the kind of range of those diseases and the impacts they have on humans. And we need to think about the threats beyond the human here as well. So the geographical range of cattle diseases are also changing. So as the tsetse fly zone increases, the amount of cattle sickness also increases. And that's, these elements are relevant in a heritage sense as well, because it can undermine particularly intangible heritage. So if sleeping sickness is decimating your cattle herd, lots of pastoral traditions become impossible. And then of course we have the psychological and kind of well-being impacts of these issues as well. And then finally, migration. In order to survive in those conditions of insecurity that I've mentioned, people will need to relocate. Migration historically has always been an adaptation strategy, and it's perfectly understandable that people will need to move away from areas where they can no longer live. That's totally understandable. And the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, warned recently of a kind of mass exodus, and the UN forecast by 2050, 1 billion climate migrants. Now, most of those migrants will move within their own countries, so you have internal displacement, but there will be cross-border relocation as well, and primarily that will impact in the short term the Middle East, Africa, and the Levant. And from a kind of cultural property perspective, we might know that displacement obviously reduces things like the presence of kind of local custodians. So just to make a few summarising thoughts. So climate change causes and amplifies conflict and undermines human insecurity. Conflict equates to heritage destruction as well as the removal of local custodians. The climate crisis is a global one, of course, but certain regions and nations are more vulnerable in the short term, and climate change thus increases the demand for protective efforts around both tangible and intangible kind of forms of heritage. Heritage is damaged in conflict for a whole range of reasons, whether that's military necessity or accidental damage or a deliberate targeting to undermine the will of your adversary to fight, iconoclasm, the propaganda effect, looting, spoils, all of that negative kind of activity. And ultimately, the more conflict there is, the risk of all of those things and drive just kind of grows. And on that negative note, I will stop. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this overview of the climate risks, agricultural protection. If I may ask you a question, because I know you're busy and you will leave us in a while, so you won't be with us during the discussion. What policy responses can we see to deal with the impacts of climate change to cultural property protection?
So I think that's a very tricky question. I would say that part of the response is international kind of cooperation. I think things that work beyond the boundaries of the nation state are clearly going to have to be part of the answer. There's going to be a recognition that kind of climate change is impacting everybody in the short and long term, and as a consequence, international policy that nation states adhere to and recognise as being kind of valid and enforced is important. I think there needs to be recognition on the part of the global north to kind of put funding into the global south. There's very much a sense that you can kind of compare climate change to a form of slow violence. Kind of form of slow violence has been kind of committed by the global north and the west on the kind of developing kind of parts of the world. So kind of support for those most at-risk countries, I think, is important, and the West should be offering leadership there. And I think that from a kind of legal kind of place, I think things like sovereignty need to be looked at. I think ideas such as climate migrant, there is no legal definition of a climate migrant, for example. That's very problematic because it means it's very difficult to offer protections or various other things. So I think a lot of groundwork needs to be done, and in that groundwork happening, there will be very positive implications for things like cultural property protection. But that's some of the bigger picture needs to be kind of addressed to allow additional successful kind of interventions. But the work of the kind of Blue Shield and ICOMOS and so on, are much better thought through at this stage.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being with us.
That's no problem, absolute pleasure. Shame we couldn't be there in person, but very nice to see everyone on screen.
Thank you. So now I will pass the floor to my colleague Antonia Zervaki, Assistant Professor of International Relations at the Department of Political Science and Public Administration of our university, and member of our UNESCO Chair on Climate Diplomacy, who will give us her perspective of the nexus between cultural heritage and climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you. I would like to thank the organizers of this conference for inviting us. And I'd like to thank Katie and Will for their excellent collaboration and their very interesting presentation. I'm both a member of the UNESCO Chair on Climate Diplomacy here at the University of Athens, and I'm also a member of our National Committee of the Blue Shield. So my work, both at the Blue Shield and at the University of Athens, concerning cultural heritage, intertwines. My main work, my main research today has to do with the implications of climate climate change and cultural heritage nexus on human security. I will try to provide some thoughts on the cultural dimension of climate insecurity, as to call Tim's project. The concept of human security transcends the traditional state-centered perception of security. It focuses on the security of individuals, their protection, their empowerment, vis-à-vis widespread and cross-cutting threats facing governments. It has to do with the survival, livelihood, and dignity of the population in the state. Threats to human security range from economic and political insecurity to limited access to food, degradation of human environment, including climate change impacts, personal security, all these conditions that constitute potential drivers of conflict. From an institutional standpoint, climate stability is nowadays perceived also as a component of international security. Nearly 2 decades ago, the Security Council incorporated climate change in its agenda, focusing on its security implications, including its impact on potential drivers of conflict, such as access to energy, water, food, and other scarce resources, population movements, and border disputes. This statement was followed by the European Union, which recognized this multifaceted challenge as a threat multiplier, which exacerbated still existing trends, tensions, and instability, and called for comprehensive solutions in line with the concept of human security. Although climate change is broadly considered as one of the main drivers of human insecurity, mapping the direct links of climate change and conflict is quite complex. We already mentioned that. According to an International Committee of Red Cross report entitled When Rain Turns to Dust, published in 2020, based on the data from the Notre Dame Global Adaptation Risk Index, out of the 25 countries deemed more vulnerable to climate change, 14 are embroiled in conflict or are in the verge of relapsing into conflict. Syria, Yemen, Somalia, Mali, Afghanistan, Myanmar, Bangladesh are amongst these countries. The first evident conclusion drawn in this report is the fact that populations that live in conflict zones or in conflict-prone states become more vulnerable to climate change impacts. Environmental resilience is impossible to be reached since they are left out from climate action. On the other hand, the depletion of natural resources creates competition and frictions and exacerbates existing tensions or create new ones among different groups of populations that are striving for their survival. Thus, apart from the environmental resilience dimension, social resilience is also severely undermined. Now, where does culture and cultural heritage step in? In all the cases mentioned, we have witnessed cultural heritage targeting, destruction, cleansing, neglect. Beginning with the demolition of Buddha statues in Afghanistan's Bamiyan Valley and the ongoing illicit trafficking of looted or illegally excavated cultural goods. The systematic destruction and looting of monuments in the occupied parts of Syria and Iraq by ISIS. The same goes with the demolition of the Timbuktu's mausoleums during the Mali Civil War in 2012. The collapse of many monuments in Somalia, including the Mogadishu Lighthouse in 2023, and the fading away of historic cities, as in the case of the city of Zeilat in Somaliland. Yemen's cultural heritage destruction since 2015, including archaeological sites, museums, mosques, churches, tombs, monuments and old cities by Saudi Arabian forces, opposition forces, Al-Qaeda and ISIS. Last but not least, the case of the Rohingya violent displacement, their vulnerability due to extreme weather, exposed to extreme weather conditions in the region, along with the impact of the deprivation of their political rights, has a severe impact on their tangible and intangible cultural heritage. It should be mentioned that in 2018 mental health assessment conducted by the International Organization of Migration, Rohingya refugees revealed experiencing an identity crisis due to their displacement. So, climate change vulnerability undermines what could be understood as cultural security, destabilizing further social cohesion and contributing to a vicious cycle of conflict that they may be manifested differently in various geopolitical settings. So, what are the components of cultural security which is under threat? The human dimension, linked to the respect of human rights, including cultural rights. Most frequently, cultural insecurity stems from human rights or humanitarian law violations relating to the fundamental components of cultural identity, religion, cultural heritage, ethnic or local communities' identities. These violations will be exacerbated in conditions of climate change when displacement of populations takes place or access to natural resources is becoming scarce. The social dimension of cultural security founded on a delicate balance of cultural resilience and adaptation within a given society. Cultural resilience is related to human empowerment in the sense of belongingness in a common historical and cultural continuum, which is a crucial prerequisite to social resilience. But it is also related to the existence of social preconditions that allow for the mitigation of threats to authentic cultural practices, expressions, and spaces, including formal and informal education, will refer to the need for literacy, cultural institutions, etc. There is a prerequisite for environmental resilience, taking into account the role of culture for climate action, especially climate mitigation through traditional and indigenous knowledge systems and practices. Cultural adaptation, on the other hand, is related to human empowerment in a different way. The ability to negotiate one's identity as well as the ability of the culture to safely grow and develop on its own accord, taking, of course, into account the societal dynamics and perceptions of progress or common interest, but also the impact of transnational dynamics such as globalization, migration, and of course climate change. The political dimension of cultural security has to do with the ability of a political system to absorb or resolve cultural tensions. For example, institutionalized dispute settlement mechanism, or ensure public engagement involving all cultural components of the human population. It is also linked to the capacity of both national and international institutions to address situations that instrumentalize or target cultural manifestations and the collectivities that are attached to them. including cases where climate change creates tensions between different communities. For example, in the climate change adaptation processes in the Sahel region, where we have pastoralists moving their livestock to areas used for cultivation due to water scarcity. In general, natural resource scarcity due to climate change undermines the capacity of an organized society or community to absorb cultural tensions that may escalate to outbreaks of conflicts or terrorist activities. And last but not least, the sustainable development dimension that unravels the cultural potential in terms of social sustainability, that is human development. In the cultural domain, this practically means addressing social justice and respect of cultural diversity and rights. In the case of climate change, for example, forced migration may involve cross-cultural encounters that may have negative impacts on both incoming and domestic populations. Environmental sustainability that encompasses the conservation of the broader cultural environment. Here again, the displacement of populations to new environments due to climate change constrains traditional practices related to the environment and the intergenerational transfer of knowledge. And of course, economic sustainability, that on the one hand specializes the concept of human-centered development promoted by UNESCO in economic growth and environment objectives. On the other hand, it is related to challenges such as illicit activities. Illicit trade of art objects and antiquities, often related to organized crime, money laundering, and terrorism, as well as the protection of creators and communities' rights. So, where do we stand in terms of conceptualizing the linkages among culture, climate change, and security? First of all, I will start with ongoing research in this issues. Current research focuses on different combinations of these three phenomena. It is either culture and security, climate change and security, or culture and climate change. I came across just one article that attempts to address these issues in a comprehensive way, while some other works that promise to do that actually follow a fragmentary approach. The same goes with the existing legal framework. The climate change cultural heritage nexus is hardly addressed in the multilateral climate change institutional framework and policy making. We have a slight change of mentality after the 2015 Paris Agreement, and the most recent events were the Sharm el-Sheikh declaration adopted at the Conference of the Party of the United Nations Framework Climate Change Convention of 2022 that makes reference on culture-based solutions in order to address climate change. And the results of the first global stocktake process in Dubai during the Conference of the Parties of the Convention this year, in 2023, yes, that makes reference to cultural heritage. In terms of policy now, in the Montreal Declaration of 2022, climate change and conflict impact on cultural and cultural heritage is addressed separately. We have two different paragraphs in the declaration. While in another part of the declaration, UNESCO member states ministers of culture call on security on the UN Secretary General to firmly anchor culture as a global public good and to integrate it as a specific goal on its own right in the development agenda beyond 2030. And of course, they call member states to strengthen advocacy for the inclusion of culture in the United Nations Future Summit scheduled for September 2024. In the Pact for the Future Zero draft, which is the proposed outcome document of this future summit, the climate change conflict nexus is addressed. However, culture is very mentioned, with the exception of cultural rights and reference to the contribution of youth to the promotion of culture. UNESCO has launched a debate with the participation of UNESCO chairs and members of the UN network, and also organizes research forums. The first one will be held in Ethiopia in a couple of months. Still, an important point of reference that is not frequently discussed is the Declaration of Ethical Principles in relation to climate change adopted by UNESCO in November 2017. This could provide us with a normative framework of any further policy action in the future. Moreover, you can see here the 6 basic principles: prevention of harms, precautionary approach, even when scientific uncertainty exists. It addresses the issues of equity and justice mentioned by Will before, sustainable development, solidarity, and combination of scientific knowledge and decision making. So we do have a normative point of departure, and we do have some kind of practice. For example, some projects realized within the broader framework of peace-building activities conducted by the United Nations. What is missing is the actual policy framework, which indeed turns this normative framework into concrete practice. But in order to achieve that, we do need political will on behalf of the states. And I'm not sure if this political will exists. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this excellent presentation, and I totally agree with you that there is indeed a framework that can serve to address this nexus and address effectively this nexus between cultural heritage and cultural property protection and climate action. To add what you were describing a while ago, you mentioned COP28, the importance of, because for the first time we have this nexus included in the outcome, the final outcome of which is a decision. And I would like to also add that there is an important declaration that was adopted as a side event. You know, at Dubai, the side events were more important than the negotiations. So the Emirates Declaration of Culture-Based Climate Action was adopted by 35 countries alongside UNESCO, Europe and Austria, and other non-state actors active in the cultural field, calls for the inclusion of the cultural heritage dimension in climate action for both mitigation and adaptation, provides a list of objectives, and launches the so-called groups of friends of culturally based climate action under the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, so an existing area of cooperation, an informal coalition of parties focused on strengthening political momentum for an effective, coherent and coordinated action to support and advocate for culture and heritage-based climate action. And it should be noted, and I find this very interesting, that the declaration does not concern only the impacts of climate change to cultural heritage, but also highlights the fundamental role that culture plays in transmitting messages to citizens concerning climate action, including diverse ways of knowing, education, and storytelling. And we can say that this is an important, let's say, kick-off declaration about for strengthening the link between cultural heritage and climate change. So I would now we run out of time, but if you allow us 2 minutes maybe for a discussion or a question to our speakers, or they have in person, because I think the team will left already. So I open the floor. Do you have any questions?
Just to add something,
Yeah.
what you were saying about this outcome document declaration adopted by 35 states. It should be mentioned that in the zero draft documents, education is also not mentioned, which is amazing. I mean, it's a goal on its own, a sustainable development goal. I think it is not even mentioned.
Well, I think it is a kick-off declaration, so
the answer, and I participated in one of the seminars on this issue, and the answer was we cannot have everything in the document.
it's a three-page document. It's a very short document, and I don't know if they could. I didn't participate. I was invited. I didn't participate in this special discussion. So I don't have the answer. So, if there are no questions or other observations, I would like to thank you very much. To thank our speakers for these insightful presentations.
Major Dr. Kudu and Dr. Michael Constellations will be presenting on news framing of refugee flows to Greece from the 2015 crisis to the war in Ukraine. Go ahead.
Together with Mr. Constellations, we decided to make research about the news framing of refugees flows to Greece from the 2015 crisis to the war in Ukraine. So, the way that in which migration of refugees flows are framed in the news can have a great impact on the public opinion, and we think about some great effects on the lives of refugees and migrants. The identification of the reality of war in the Middle East in 2015 and after the war in Ukraine in 2022, it was caused many massive population displacement, which triggered some intense mass media interest. So, having that in mind, we decided to analyze the way that Greek news websites presented events related to refugees from Middle East in 2015 and after the period following Russia's invasion in Ukraine in February 2022. There are already some studies which shows that the
in the refugee, when covering the migrant flows. In one hand, the Syrian refugees are portrayed as threat, as non-pro violent acts, and there's a reference to military status. On the other hand, even the United Nations High Commissioner of Refugees have acknowledged that there is a differentiation in the case of Ukrainian refugees, and due to the fact that they were similar to Europeans, they were welcome. Having all that said, our central aims is first to analyze news frames used in Greek websites covering the migration refugees crisis in 2015 and then in 2022, and then to answer two main research questions regarding the existence and the possible cause of the media coverage. Our research questions are if the refugees' country of origin, more general, the geographical region, lead to different ways of news framing. And the second one is to examine if the preferred news frames reflect a religious form of nationalism or self-current political expediency. We chose the most famous analysis in the media studies, that is the news framing analysis, which is used by the media in order to influence. According to Kipling, the media frames are patterns of cognition, interpretation, presentation, selection, and it's all to organize discourse. And Entman's framing entails selecting and highlighting some facets of events, and making connection so as to promote to give light in some aspects. The definition of the problem is the most significant part because it predetermines often the frame of treatment. The news frames that we are about to analyze are the episodic thematic frames and then the egalitarian victims. Episodic framing take the form of event-oriented reports and repeat public issues, focusing on individual actions, and thematic framing places public issues in more general or abstract context. The legality frame focuses on the legitimacy of legality issues, and the victim frame is more for humanitarian or private victims. We decided also to take into consideration the aspect of nationalism, having in mind the strong ethnocentric elements of the Greek population, and more specifically, we focused on Brubaker's religious form of nationalism, which joins state, territory, and culture, primarily by focusing on traditional family, gender, and restrictive regulation of sexuality. Regarding the methodology we followed, it was content analysis. We chose collected the data from two different periods, that is summer of 2015, which was the peak of the migration flows to Greece, and then the 1 week after the break of war in March, in fact, the migration was on 24th of February, and then 1 week after the migration flows started coming European countries. Moving on to the results, we did find the difference in use of frames. The majority of news frames regarding the Middle East have episodic framing, even for the Ukrainian refugees who were framed with the use of thematic framing. aspects and negative images of migrant and refugees, and by that it can reinforce public fear and concern. So it is often the migrant groups are marginalized and the public opinion discriminate against them. Countries with strong religion and ethnic sentiments, such as Greece, have been observed to demonstrate hostility towards minority groups. And it is crucial to understand the way that the media present these minorities because it can have impact on the immigration policy, the management of migrant population, and then it may lead to absence of humanitarian aid. On the other hand, thematic framing, which is used in the case of Ukrainian refugees, is more favorable way of presentation. Ukrainian refugees are being recognized as war refugees, and as a result, we can immediately focus on the responsibilities of the Russian regime and try to place the events in the general context of Western support. The European identity of the Ukrainians reinforces sympathy and support from the international community. Indeed, the immediate activation of the temporary protection mechanism on the 4th of March and the recognition of Ukrainians as war refugees shifted the cosmic possibilities that drove them to flee as a result of the war. Our findings on the use of legality and victim frames show that nearly 40% of the news articles referring to refugees from the Middle East as with the legality frame. In this case, the migrant population are presented in the Greek media as people with confused legal context, for example, the lack of documents, creating a climate of mistrust towards them. This practice also contributes to increased public rejection and fear and negatively affects any humanitarian approach. On the contrary, Ukrainian refugees are presented with a profile that reinforces their European identity. More general context is that the EU countries need to be coherent with each other. And again, they are formally valid according to the legal context. So it is more the absorption from the society is smooth. The majority of news articles which were for the Ukrainian refugees frame them as victims who, due to the Russia's invasion of Ukraine, had no other choice but to flee and seek aid. Here, I want to note that the sum percentages may exceed 100% due to overlapping new frames, while we rejected the use of other frames in the news articles. Our second research question was to examine the reflection of religious form of nationalism or the existence of political expediency. As it is shown in the figure, about half of the articles referring to refugees from the Middle East made some reference to the policy pursued by the government, while Ukrainians are framed as white Christians and middle-class people, different from Middle Eastern refugees. The common religion is the main link between the two nations, which is why a sense of security is maintained, because they are nations that share the same concept of institutions, such as family, tradition, and morality. That brings us to the conclusions. For us, the existence of double standards in the framing of refugee population is observed in Greek media as well. Greek news sites portrayed refugee population from the Middle East with the use of illegality and episodic frames, in contrast to refugees from Ukraine, who were presented in far more favorable frames. Overall, we conclude that the difference reflects more political context or expediency than introduces elements of nationalistic ideology, which is an aspect which most studies do not focus at all. Now, there are two aspects to perception about how the media policy nexus works. The first one is the CNN effect, and the second one is the indexing hypothesis. Having in mind that the rapid action of the European Union to unanimously host refugees, in contrast to the EU division in decision and deterrence measures in order to contain asylum seekers, the Ukrainian refugee flows were largely perceived in favor of foreign policy and national security, contrary to the refugee flows to the Middle East, who were largely perceived in an unfavorable foreign policy, calling them terrorists and making references that the migrants use slogans with references to ISIS. And third, the fact that the media and audiences identified with white Christian population, while that was not the case with Muslim and non-white refugee population, brings us to the conclusion that training was characterized by moments of relative independence within a more general pattern of compliance with government news management, as the indexing hypothesis suggests. That's all.
Very good. Next up, we have Ms. Atrocity, PhD candidate from the National Constellations University of Athens. We will talk on the new reality under the EU AI Act, teachers and students faced with artificial intelligence. If you dare.
So thank you very much. As I just said, I don't have a PowerPoint, so I will try to deliver a more vivid presentation, and I will try to keep it also short in order for you to get a clear and brief idea of what this new reality under the EU AI Act is all about. My subject is focused on how the EU AI influences and affects teachers and students who are facing artificial intelligence. So, in order to start, I would like to give a very brief description of the reality so far. So, the reality is very tightly connected with the democratic need. I mean, what is decisive? What is the decisive factor for a dystocia in the democratic society? What is a decisive factor is legal clarity. We need legal clarity for the case of an increased intensity to the individual's integrity, which is witnessed. So we have to track the responsibility from the misuse of discretion in designing AI tools, especially in education. So what is an effective solution in a democratic society for an AI misuse of an AI misuse application? So we need to set distinct stages for the due compliance vis-à-vis the human integrity. And why we need an ethical impact assessment in a democratic society? So we need an ethical impact assessment in order to provide what we call a democratic legitimacy for innovation practices. Let me say that, let me explain how the new AI law navigates our actions and what are our steps that we must take in a moral agora. The legal basis for what I refer to as an ethical impact assessment for AI in education is the AI in Artificial Intelligence Act by the European Union, which mentions about a high risk for AI systems
in education, in the education field. So let me read the recital 35 of the proposal for the artificial intelligence regulations. AI systems used in education or vocational training, in particular to determine the access or placement of persons in education and vocational training institutions, all AI systems used to assess persons undergoing examinations in the context or as a condition of their education status should be considered high risk, since they can determine the educational and professional course of a person's life and therefore affect their ability to secure their livelihood. If designed or used incorrectly, these systems may violate the right to education and training, as well as the right to non-discrimination and perpetuate historical patterns of discrimination. This is what the EU Artificial Intelligence Act mentions. So, we are now confronted, we are now able to understand how such high threats might affect the human being. From what we have already seen, what we have already read, the high threat might affect the educational course of a person's life. Next, it might affect the professional course of a person's life. And as a result of the above, it might affect the ability to secure one's livelihood. And as a result of the above, it may affect the exact right to education according to the principles lying therein. So we might speak about two elements of interest in that case. A moral and an economic course of action of a person that might be affected. So what comes into concern, what comes into our vision is both the Charter of the Fundamental Rights of the European Union, which relates to the moral aspect, and also the European Union treaties that refer more or less to the internal market principles and the economic dimension. So when I refer to the European Union treaties and the economic dimension and the professional course of a person's life and the economic course of a person's life, the principles that are affected is the freedom to move, the freedom to move in order to work into other member states, the freedom to provide goods and services, which are all principles that are considered the principles that define the European Union market. So, talking about the practice now, what are the distinct stages that an ethical impact assessment for AI in education is all about? The distinct stages that are to be examined, that are to be considered when we talk about an ethical impact assessment are three: legality, necessity, and proportionality. So, when we talk about the legality of aspect concerning an ethical impact assessment for artificial intelligence in education, we have the assessment of the procedural and technical steps of the artificial intelligence deployment. So, the artificial intelligence system deployed is being deployed within the discretionary limits of the bureaucrats, of the teachers that are the street-level bureaucrats, as they are considered, in the education field. So we have to examine them within the legality aspect, the legality guiding principles that are the principles that limit the discretionary power of teachers and of all the executives who are engaged into an educational process. So when we talk about necessity, we have to identify the impacts and the existence of alternatives, and we have to explain the need and the purpose. And when we talk about the proportionality within an ethical impact assessment for artificial
examine and mitigate the impact and the risks. And we have factors like the scale, which refers to gravity or significance of the deployed application in artificial intelligence system. We have the scope, which refers to the impacted parties and the time frame of the application. We have the factor of remediability, when we have negative impacts and negative concerns applied. We have the factor of likelihood, if, referring to the likelihood of negative impacts to repeat themselves again in the future. And we have the safeguards vis-a-vis these applications. So let me now delve into the guiding principles that more or less affect this inequality aspect within an ethical impact assessment for AI systems in education. So what we have to keep in mind, what we have to secure when we talk about artificial intelligence and the legal guiding principles is both what we refer to as an educational course of a person's life and a professional course of a person's life. So we have to take into account both the moral aspect and the economic dimension. So the first principle is all about safety and security within an artificial intelligence system. What we mean about safety and security refers to the technical and operational integrity of the system, of the technical system. So in order to abide by this principle, we have to secure the moral aspect, the moral steps of the individual vis-a-vis his or her human spiritual status. This is the dimension that is being affected by safety and security that is related highly to the technical and operational integrity. So the human spiritual status is linked to the right, the quality, to the uninterrupted path of the spiritual fulfillment of the individual. And when we are about to secure the agora steps, the market dimension, vis-a-vis the individual, we have to secure technical and operational integrity in order to equip the individual with a neutral teaching and pave his or her way to the agora. That means paving his or her way to the intellectual equipment that the individual carries in order to enter the agora with all this intellectual equipment that he needs in order to fulfill his or her professional path in the market. So another principle, legal guiding principles for artificial intelligence in education is the fairness and non-discrimination principle. That is linked to the non-application of bias or exclusion grounds. And by applying these principles, we are securing the moral aspect, the moral steps of the individual vis-a-vis his status of personal unique identity that should be respected. That is the moral aspect. And when we're applying this principle about non-discrimination in the technical artificial intelligence systems, we are securing the market dimension by preparing this individual as a potential market agent in order to be a part of an inclusive agora, inclusive market. Because this is what non-discrimination is all about inclusiveness, about maintaining a space of inclusiveness. So the third legal principle is sustainability. Sustainability that might be seen, might be concretized as a sense of a common status of existing on the earth. And by applying this principle, we are securing the moral steps of this individual student, perhaps, as a person to whom the solidarity is being revealed. that the person, by applying this principle, by having a continuous assessment of the human, social, cultural, economic and environmental aspects of the artificial intelligence technologies, by incorporating all these elements in the system, we are holding the individual more conscious. We are attributing to the individual the social, cultural, economic and environmental empathy that is being translated to responsibility. So when we are coming to secure the market steps, the agora steps of the individual, we are preparing a student that enters the market, that is entering the market with full, healthy and prosperous prospects to act as a professional agent in the market, in the European Union market. A third principle is the privacy and data protection. And by applying this principle, we are securing the moral aspect by having an individual that is being a member of a society, which is respected, a member respected in the society, and especially a member respected vis-a-vis the power, the state power, or a third-party power. So, by having this guarantee safeguarded, we are securing also the market steps of the individual as an agent whose rights are being respected in a democratic society, and he is expected in regard to serve the democratic order. So another principle is the human oversight and determination, where we are. This means that we have to attribute ethical and legal responsibility, and that AI systems can never replace the ultimate human responsibility. That means that we have always a human oversight and determination. So we are, by applying this principle, we are securing the moral steps, the moral aspect, because the oversight of the human being it implies that the placing of the decision headquarters are always placed in the human brain and in the human heart. So by securing that this human sacred inalienable area in the individual, we are also securing his status of having always a natural correspondent, which is an analogous to having a natural judge. So by this we are reducing the dehumanizing effects of automation, of algorithmic decision making. And we always have an appointed staff to override the system if the need arises. And to conclude, the last guiding principles are transparency and explainability. And by applying transparency and explainability, that means explanations of the logic and reasons behind outcomes and decision, we are securing the moral aspect by having a person that has a standing to reveal his unique standing towards the world, that has the data and the intellectual information in order to interpret and deliver his or her own idea of the world, his or her idea of how it works. And this leads us to the fact that we are securing also the market dimension, because we are preparing potential economic agents of a pluralistic background that are able to fertilize democratic citizenship and fertilize also the financial potential into the society. This also comes into effect with the principle of awareness and literacy, because we have open and accessible data, the data based on which the algorithmic devices are working. And by this principle, we have, as in the previous case, we have a collaboratorium of reflection, where anyone, any student, any executive, any person in the field can oversee the
architecture of the AI systems, and that is a safeguard for the democratic order. So let me say that it would be futile to claim that we can remedially intervene in the construction or structure of artificial intelligence if we are not sure and we don't know well the components of our democracy and the parts of the human personhood. Because these two, the democratic components and the components of the human personality, are both the signpost and the measure for our legal culture. So, all in all, to sum up, we have basically 7 principles. Safety and security that relate to the spiritual status and the right to education, which implies inclusiveness. We have, second, fairness and non-discrimination that refer to the personal identity and the public goal of uniqueness. We have sustainability, which is related to the fact that the person is the one to whom the solidarity is being revealed, and which is secured by consolidating empathy and the fact of being responsible as a member of society. We have privacy and data protection, which refers to being member of society and thus being respected. And we have human oversight, which relates to the moral dimension, and this relates to the discretionary power, which also leads us to the obligation for having a sacred decision head-carded into the human brain and the human heart. We have transparency and explainability and awareness and literacy as legal guiding principles that mainly relate to the unique standing in front of the world and the democratic legitimacy. The last ones, they both fertilize citizenship and let's say that they have the ability to not only fertilize democracy but also to revalidate and revise democracy, which is something very crucial in our times of crisis, multiple crises. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Our next speaker through Zoom is Corina Asteriou. She's a PhD candidate at the University of Macedonia. Ms. Asteriou, can you hear us?
Hello. May I start?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Do you see the presentation?
Hold on one moment. Yes.
Okay, I'm Corina Asteriou, and I'm going to talk about the impact of the war in Ukraine on EU human rights. We're going to start by the attitude of the international organization towards the unspeakable tragedy, the impact of the war in Ukraine on the observance of human rights in Europe, the EU measures, the social consequences, the specified measures only for Ukrainians, the EU sanctions towards the Russian officials, the restrictions applied to imports and exports, and the differences between the treatment of Ukrainian refugees and Syrian refugees. Protection of human rights in Russia has always been a concern of international media and human rights organizations. They are critical.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but your slides are not changing. It's stuck on the first slide. Okay, now they change. Yep.
Is it better?
Much better, yes.
Okay. The outbreak of the war in Ukraine heightened many concerns about torture, degrading and inhuman treatment, as well as infringements on freedom of expression and the press. Those who disagree with the political line of the Russian state are persecuted or sanctioned. The United Nations and their Human Rights Council ring the alarm by publishing reports. Poverty and the displacement of a significant number of Ukrainian citizens were the direct consequences of the war. The EU, as a supranational body, chose to stay on the path of European principles based on the Charter of Fundamental Rights and the various EU protocols, by drawing up directives to the member states. The imposition of sanctions on Russian officials by the EU did take place to some extent. The integration of asylum seekers into local communities has been a key objective for the management of the refugee issue. The question now shifts to the member states themselves and their willingness to get harmonized to the EU directives and to adapt their national laws to them, but also to take steps to integrate refugees. The attitude, now let's talk about the international organizations. The first one is the International Organization for Migration, that helps the Ukrainians who fled the country or got internally displaced to overcome this frustrating humanitarian and financial situation. IOM helps also the neighboring countries, and its main focus is on the safety of all those fleeing Ukraine, especially the vulnerable social groups, addressing the urgent needs, building resilience, enabling recovery, providing life-saving assistance, and most of all helping Ukraine and its neighboring countries to address the long-term socio-economic impacts of the war constitute the ultimate goals. The United Nations adopted a resolution which condemns the atrocities committed by Russia against the Ukrainian people, and they also adopted a resolution that demands the immediate withdrawal of the Russian troops and the Russian-backed armed groups from Ukraine, and they decided to establish an independent international commission of inquiry in Ukraine. They provide life-saving essentials such as food, water, shelter to vulnerable social groups. The World Health Organization and the Food Program provide refugees with meals and hygiene products. The Atomic Energy Agency conducts a close investigation of the conflict near nuclear facilities. UNESCO supports the work of journalists that cover the incidents. The International Atomic Energy Agency evaluates the safety and the security of the nuclear power reactors. UNICEF sectors health, nutrition, HIV protection, education, and access to safe drinking water, as well as sanitarium. Sanitarium and in general protection of pregnant children and minors. United Nations Population Fund protects healthcare and hygiene, considers the gender issues, and focuses on violence and especially gender-based violence. The United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees provides emergency shelters, thermal blankets, and sleeping mats. United Nations Office for the Coordination of Human Affairs is the most important instrument because it is the chief of coordination of humanitarian response. Now we move on to the impact of the war in Ukraine and the European Union. 21 million people got affected by the war, and 15 million people need humanitarian assistance. We have 5.9 million refugees, the majority of whom reached the EU countries. The EU decided the persecution of many Russian officials for the wrongful treatment of prisoners of war and the detention of civilians. The treatment of the crisis constitutes an issue of democratic efficiency in the EU. The EU took some budgetary measures that reach the amount of 9.9 billion euros. It also set the European agenda on migration for the states that host an excessive amount of asylum seekers. We have also the Council of Europe's action plan, the Council's action plan on protecting vulnerable persons in the context of migration and asylum in Europe from 2021 until 2025. That has 4 pillars. The first pillar is about human rights, the second pillar is about the rule of law, the third pillar is about democracy, and the fourth pillar is about transversal support. We move on to the action plan on the integration and inclusion from 2021 until 2027. And we also have the EU action plan on human rights and democracy from 2020 and 2024. All this target the education, the employment opportunities, the skills recognition, and the development of a democratic society that is inclusive and respects human rights. The lack of common regulation for the treatment of the crisis, especially the Syrian one before the Ukrainian one, led to the creation of 2-degree states. We have the ones that were on the front line of the crisis and got suffocated by the sudden refugee flow, and the ones that were partially affected. The EU ability to stay united got questioned, as we have from one side the culture of sympathy for refugees, and from the other side we have the rise of xenophobia, of far-right movements, of racism, and most of all of Euroscepticism. The past experience of those two major consecutive refugee crises is supposed to prepare the EU instruments for a potential Palestinian one. We have some specified measures for Ukrainians by the EU. Let's start by the fact that the Russian Federation ceased to be a part of the European Convention on Human Rights, which is a very important action. The Council of Europe decided to activate the Temporary Protection Directive. Now we have an entire directive that is specified for the war. That means that we have temporary protection of the states that are on the front line of the crisis. This mechanism is activated only in exceptional circumstances of mass influx. And the application is mostly to Ukrainian nationals who fled the country or cannot return to your country because of the war. The EU applied sanctions, many sanctions on the Russian officials. Moreover, on the 16th of March in 2022, the International Court of Justice demanded from Russia to immediately pause its military operations in Ukraine, and the EU followed the same path. The EU applied restrictive measures to about 2,000 Russian individuals and 400 entities, including many Russian officials such as the President, the Russian Minister for Foreign Affairs, multiple ministers, governments, and local politicians, high-ranking officials, militaries, and people who are in paramilitary groups in order to restrict their power. These measures are designed to weaken Russia's economic base. These measures are the restrictions on duplication of restrictions on critical technologies, markets, and wage war. And in 2022, we had the violation of the restrictive sanctions as a crime against the EU in case someone decides to not apply these restrictions, which is a very important step. We have also restrictions to the exports to Russia and the imports from Russia. Most of them are in oils and in fuels, and in some products of delicacy, some such as gold, diamonds, etc. We have also a very important issue. We have the differences of the treatment of the Ukrainian refugees and the Syrian ones. We have the privileged treatment of Ukrainian refugees that led to inequalities and the creation of refugees of two classes. The process of the registration and the identification process of Ukrainian refugees got rapidly completed. A significant difference is also located at the detentions of Ukrainian refugees who are supposed to return to Ukraine after the war is over. That makes in short time versus the Syrian ones who not to come back to Syria because the situation there is extremely harmful and dangerous. During the Ukrainian crisis, the EU adopted the European qualifications passport for refugees that help refugees to find jobs and to prove their certifications. The number of refugees was significantly distant in those two cases. The number of Syrian refugees was extremely large. The policy-making process was also differentiated, as refugee children got immediately specified to their needs education. And in general, Ukrainian refugees received a warm welcome by the majority of the EU states, in contrast to the high xenophobia and racist attacks that took place during the Syrian refugee crisis. Noble NGOs had a significant contribution to the dealing of the crisis in every level. Human rights, respect, education of the minors, treatment of young unaccompanied children, medical supplies, nutrition, protection of the press, observance of the violations, financial support of the neighboring countries, protection of the fleeing people, as well as protection of the dislocated ones. The application of the EU member states to the EU directives and the recommendations constitutes an issue of democratic efficiency. The EU deciding to persecute many Russian officials for the wrongful treatment of prisoners of war, the detention of civilians, and many other serious infringements of human rights and the international humanitarian law prove that EU decides to stand in the peaceful side to the peaceful side of history and show respect to European values by taking budgetary measures and developing the European agenda on migration, the Council of Europe's action plan protecting vulnerable persons, the action plan on integration and inclusion, and the action plan on human rights and democracy that correspond to the moral and social side of Europe and to the democratic efficiency of the states that are opposed to implement the demands. The lack of a common regulation, though, led to the suffocation of the frontline states that carried the heavy weight of the refugee integration, which led to the creation of two-degree states, Euroscepticism, racist attack, and the rise of hate speech among Europe. The major move by the EU was adopted.
Mrs. Deere, you have about 2 minutes left.
Okay.
Okay.
The major move by the EU was undoubtedly the Council deciding to activate the Temporary Protection Directive by providing collective protection to displaced persons, and trying to reduce pressure on the national asylum systems of EU countries, application of restrictive measures to multiple Russian officials and high-power businessmen, as well as implication of sanctions to many goods and services, as well as efforts to weaken Russia's economic base, is characterized as a key point to the dealing of the crisis. The most crucial point was the addition of the violation of the restrictive sanctions to the catalogue of EU crimes. Now, the significant difference of the dealing of those two refugee crises raises suspicious concern about the democratic visions of Europe. Now I end my speech by the treatment of the Syrian and Ukrainian refugees. Do we have refugees of two classes? Is this a proof of underlying racism by the EU instruments and unresolved issues among the EU states? Is it also a point of throwing? Is it also a throwing point between the EU and the smaller EU member states, as well as an issue of compliance to the EU values and function? And last but not least, the potential Palestinian refugee crisis constitutes a challenge for the EU values, as the previous experience coming from the Syrian and the Ukrainian crisis will show the integrity, the significance, and the seriousness of the EU values, and most of all, the performance and the effectiveness of the EU directives and other measures, as well as the ability of the EU member states to comply with the EU orders and to adapt to the EU principles and the well-pursued European society. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mrs. Peru. In our program, we had one more presentation, Dr. Abba Kendeci, but unfortunately, she will not be able to present. So, I'll now open the floor up to any questions for any of our speakers. Any of you may have.
Thank you for your presentations. Very interesting subjects. I would like to ask something in relation to the first presentation. Did you trace any differentiation between the way Greek media perceived refugees from the Middle East after the European borders were closed, after Greece seems to be a transit country?
Let's take all the questions first, and then, yeah. So, anyone else? Any other question for our speakers? Okay, I have one for each. For the first presentation, I noticed, you didn't mention it, I noticed the news outlets you sampled. It included some news outlets, but it omitted some with perhaps wider circulation in Greece. So I was wondering how you came about choosing the specific news outlets. Why choose, for example, NGR versus Vima or Kapodistrian or Athens, and how they portray the refugees. Then for the second presentation on AI, more broadly, my question would be at a lower level. It doesn't need to be at a university level, because I've come across several problems with university students and using artificial intelligence, or machine learning to produce papers. But I'm wondering on a more fundamental level, on primary education, do you think the use of AI will create problems that will eventually change the very nature of education and perhaps lead to us missing some of the most important elements of education, like reading and producing something, get the juices going? And then for Mrs. Steriou, I was wondering, in tandem to what Ms. Anastopoulos said in her in the first presentation in the panel, did you find that? How did you find the response of member states to Ukrainian refugees and the Ukrainian humanitarian crisis? How did you find that response to fare in comparison to how the EU responded as an organization? Okay, so we can take it one at a time. Let's start with the first panel.
Okay.
No questions to begin.
Ms. Anastopoulos will answer your question.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so we chose the media outlets depending on the popularity. And we tried to cover the whole political spectrum. And that was the choice we made. You mentioned in.gr, right?
Right.
We had it in our...
No, I said, why did you have this one instead, for example, Tovino?
It was more popular. It was...
Okay, and what data did you use for popularity?
Similarweb.com.
Okay. Right. And then
for the second question, our time frame was relatively small, so we did not have the chance to differentiate the change of policy in Greece. But I will speak a bit why a PhD was about it. It was after the common declaration signed between the EU and Turkey, and I found that there was a great and statistical significance in change, especially in center left sides. So we saw that the readers with left-leaning started to consume news that had a different angle in terms of hosting of refugees. So, in a more, let's say, simple way, the first wave, which had a very favorable coverage, the refugees welcome, in 3 months changed to this perspective of containment, even in papers that were at the left. But I think that in Melio's data, it's very difficult to see a change in the coverage, and especially because the coverage was, I think the most important issue is the episodic and thematic frame. How journalists are focusing on the instance and do not see the big picture. They see the big picture in the case of the Ukrainian refugees, but they don't see in the case of the Middle East.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very much for your feedback. Well, actually, I would say that at the primary or secondary level, discussion about the levels of education, we have two competitive pillars. I mean, by applying automation by using artificial intelligence, we are either directing ourselves towards fostering the identity of the students and individualizing the content and the process, or on the other hand, we are, let's say, uniformizing the community, making students to lose their identity or losing their unique status. And let me refer to some examples in order to make my idea clear. We have, for example, intelligent tutoring systems that provide us with individualized instruction for the student and individualized feedback. So
So in that case, we are fostering identity and we are applying a more individualized procedure. And we have, for example, exploratory learning environments, where we have, for example, more useful representations by the teachers to the students in order for the students to identify their own route to achieve learning goals. Or, for example, the same applies to the teachers, that they have multiple routes to follow in order to identify what best suits to their needs and their methods of teaching methods. We have also student forum monitoring. These are cases and examples provided by the European Commission. Where we can distract from some keywords in a student's forum, we can, and from their discussion analytics, we can gain insight to what the student may need in order to help the student, or to discern why a student might not participate in the forum, and then exclude the disruptive results about their behavior and their class and their operation in the classroom. We have also another one is pedagogical resource recommendation. When we have a suggestion, a machine, an AI system that suggests us specific learning activities and resources based on the preferences, on the pros and on the progress and the needs of the students and the progress of the classroom perhaps. So we have these cases of individualized feedback that a student and a teacher, of course, can distract from AI system. So this is an example of how we are moving towards safeguarding the identity of the student performance, the identity of the teacher performance, teacher's performance, and on the other hand, we have the procedure of not discriminating at all, having a uniform, let's say, perception of what a classroom, of what a community might be. This can happen when we have, for example, when we apply, for example, language learning applications, where dictionaries, pronunciation, or comprehension might not take into account the specific, let's say, national or ethnic elements of the target group. So where we are applying scoring for evaluating or grading written work of the oral work.
So there are two sides.
Yeah, there are two sides.
Okay.
But we can always apply both of them with a golden balance in order to reach the best results.
Okay. And Mrs. Terio?
Hello again. When it comes to the EU response, the EU response was immediate, but it was mostly to the level of sanctions application. It was on the ethical side and on the level of a more theoretical level. We did not have a technical invasion to the line of the war between Ukraine and Russia in order to end it or to help in a practical way. We had the implication of sanctions and a warm welcome of the refugees. The EU accepted every refugee. We didn't have any issues with that. And in general, the European societies welcomed the refugees, and we did not have any, let's say, reactions of the mass. But it was mostly at the theoretical level. My survey that I conducted 2 years ago showed that the schools, for example, welcomed the refugee children, but then they did not pay much attention to their special needs, although the state conducted special education to their needs.
So they welcomed in principle, but they didn't effectively cater to their needs specifically. That's what you're saying.
Never had specified for their needs education, but technically NGOs were the main instruments that helped receive those refugees the education they need.
Okay.
At schools, they followed the Greek programs, the Greek curriculum as well.
Okay. We're going to have to cut it a little bit short because we're over time. So thank you to all the speakers, and now
thank you very much.
Is that now this is not a discussion limited outside the center of the old democracies, but it's an issue very hot even in some of the oldest democracies like the United States or even France or everywhere. Now, for younger democracies like Greece, this may sound, here you are, where we are already and we have always been in a way. But this is not something that it's very consoling. But anyway, we are looking forward to this in our presentators. First is Professor Vandoros, who will talk about the defeat of extremism. It seems to be rather difficult under the circumstances. Tolerant versus militant democracy. You have the thank you.
Thank you very much. And many thanks to the organizers of this conference that give me the opportunity to become part of it and present my work. Should I go?
Maybe we don't have a clicker. It's all up here.
So, in the screen you can see an outline of my presentation. Joseph Goebbels, the propaganda minister of the Third Reich, mocked democracy, saying that one of the best jokes in history is that democracy offered its enemies the means by which they destroyed it. Indeed, the Nazis did just that. They participated in the democratic institutions, which they first undermined and then dismantled. But are we not wiser today precisely because of that experience? Therefore, will we not act in time and decisively if democracy is faced with an extremist challenge? If only it were simple and clear. But we are really facing a dilemma. Acting forcefully and decisively against the enemies of democracy, some argue, if it means curtailing rights and freedoms, can by definition damage democracy itself. If, however, in order to avoid infringing on rights and freedoms, the enemies of democracy are allowed to act almost undisturbed, then we end up putting the democratic regime at risk, others would say. What I will do is first examine theoretically two models of democracy that give opposite answers to this dilemma, tolerant and militant democracy respectively. Then I will selectively analyze aspects of the application of these models in the case of dealing with a new neo-Nazi Golden Dawn. And I will finish with some conclusions. Before doing so, however, let me provide a definition of extremism. Extremism is the denial of liberal democracy as a whole, or at least of certain fundamental aspects of it, which necessarily consist both of manifest ideological opposition to democracy and of the undertaking of systematic and violent action of high intensity. Now, I proceed to the first model, tolerant democracy. Tolerant democracy does not treat the deniers of the liberal democratic state as enemies by imposing obstacles, prohibitions, deprivation of rights. On the contrary, it is committed to strict adherence to democratic procedures and institutional legitimacy. It maintains a neutral stance, refraining from making valid judgments about the democratic nature of a party. In other words, it does not consider whether its ideology is extremist or whether its programmatic positions run counter to the rule of law or democratic principles. Nor does it take preventive measures against it on the grounds that this party is presumably suspect, dangerous, or anti-systemic. Therefore, even an openly anti-democratic party enjoys in principle exactly the same rights as other parties and participates freely in elections. By extension, it is represented in Parliament if it receives the necessary votes according to the electoral system. In essence, the only limit that tolerant democracy recognizes is that of the violation of the law. Thus, if the leadership, cadres or members of the party commit violent acts or any illegal actions in general, then they are subject to appropriate criminal treatment under the common criminal law. Moving from theory to practice, it can be argued that the Third Hellenic Republic is founded as a characteristically tolerant democracy. This is emphatically inscribed in the text of the 1975 Constitution. The weight of recent political history played a decisive role, namely the recognition of the serious democratic deficit of the authoritarian post-civil war democracy. In this context, the concept of the internal enemy functioned instrumentally as a means in the hands of the political ruler to consolidate its dominant position and to strike its opponents even to the point of political extermination. And it was commonly accepted in 1975 that this should not be perpetuated. Therefore, it was a conscious political choice to allow the essentially unlimited freedom of action and operation of political parties as institutions of the democratic constitution to the point that their abolition becomes impossible, according to the Article 29 of the Constitution. Now, I proceed to the other model. Militant democracy is a concept coined by Karl Levenstein during the interwar period. Democrats, he argues, should not be possessed by legal formalism and should not hesitate to deprive the enemies of rights which they abuse and misuse. Otherwise, that is, if democracy, for fear of self-contradiction, if it does not continue to offer exactly the same civil liberties to its friends and enemies alike, remains inactive, then it is simply likely, sooner or later, to vindicate Goebbels' infamous joke mentioned previously. Inaction can be self-destructive. The democratic forces must put aside their differences and unite in the fight against the common enemy. This struggle of militant democracy is being undertaken primarily through political orchestrated state action, including the strengthening of the executive and the extraordinary ad hoc legislation of measures that restrict freedom of expression, political participation, and assembly. In particular, it is legitimate to legally dissolve an extremist party and confiscate its assets, prohibit its re-establishment under a different name, exclude its members from running for electoral office or appoint them to positions in public administration, etc., etc. Moving from theory to political practice, we can easily argue that the Federal Republic of West and later unified Germany was basically constituted as a militant democracy. The experience of the fall of the Weimar Republic and the Nazi usurpation of power with its grim aftermath is typically inscribed in the basic law of Bonn, that is the respective German constitution. However, the approach is more cautious and moderate compared to that of Levenstein. The examination and the decisive power to determine a political party as dangerously extremist is left to the judiciary. Indeed, the Federal Constitutional Court has not only repeatedly considered the case for imposing restrictive measures on extreme political parties, but has outlawed them in 2 cases in 1952 and in 1956. Since then, however, and although certain parties have been examined for their activities to undermine the democratic constitution, the court has not proceeded with another ban. Now, I proceed from theory to political practice, and I will examine the case of Golden Dawn. And for those who are not familiar with Golden Dawn, suffice it to say that they are a neo-Nazi organization established in 1980, remained for a long period, a very long period, a fringe organization, but during a severe political crisis, managed to get 7% of the vote and enter the Greek parliament in 2012. After a period of inaction and ineffective tactics, the government adopted a clear strategy. I'm referring to the government because we cannot overlook the fact that the criminal treatment of Golden Dawn by invoking Article 187 of the Criminal Code on criminal organizations was based on a politically motivated decision and method which originated from the government of the time. In fact, this initiative manifested itself only the day after the murder of the political activist Pavlos Fyssas in September 2013, when the then Minister of Public Order and Civil Protection forwarded to the prosecutor's office of the Supreme Court, Arios Pavlos, 32 files concerning the activities of Golden Dawn. At the same time, the stigmatization of the party as an extremist, non-normal, non-democratic party is adopted. That describes the broader political context within which a series of completely unusual and exceptional actions by the police and judicial authorities, actions that would have been unthinkable to take it. There had been no political instigation from the executive branch, become even considered. In any case, we can note a number of consequences produced by the implementation of this strategy. First, the previously constantly escalating violent action of Golden Dawn was immediately and significantly curtailed. Targets who had been left unprotected by the Greek police and the judiciary could live under conditions of much less fear and risk. Second, Golden Dawn were affected organizationally, as among others, their lifelong leader himself was imprisoned for 18 months, that is the maximum period of pre-trial detention, which is even more significant for a hierarchical and centralized party such as Golden Dawn. Third, the cohesion was shaken as certain accused MPs immediately chose as part of their defensive tactics to differentiate themselves from the party, which caused their expulsion. Later on, others formed their own parties. 4 or 5, I'm not sure. The feeling of impunity and power that had been entrenched towards Golden Dawn was stopped, thus making it easier for repentant members or other witnesses to assist the work of justice. 5. The authority of the state and the state institutions has been partially restored in terms of their power and effectiveness. Also, conditions for better understanding between the democratic parties were created, which was evident in the cases of the lifting of the immunity of members of Golden Dawn's MPs for various cases, the agreement and the corresponding legislation on the suspension of its funding, etc. 6. Progressively, all the above contributed to the overall reduction of Golden Dawn's political influence, which resulted in its failure to be represented again in the parliament in the elections of 2019. The October 2020 convictions not only led to the re-imprisonment of its leading members, but also to the legal inability to participate in elections again, because of being convicted as a criminal organization, which had also consequences for the finalization of the political rupture at the level of the leadership group. And I will finish with very briefly with certain conclusions. First of all, it seems that by employing this case, that any democracy can become militant at least a certain degree, even if there are no prior institutional provisions, as more important proves to be the existence of political will to combat the extremist part. Therefore, the distinction between tolerant and militant democracy, while important, is also relative. Instead of treating them as mutually exclusive models of democracy, we can think of them in terms of the degree of militancy that a democracy develops when confronted with a specific threat. In the case of Golden Dawn, we claim that there was a high degree of militancy despite the fact that the Hellenic Republic's constitution is founded according to the tolerant model. Neither tolerant nor militant democracy are sufficient to the definitive defeat of extremism. As long as extremist ideas are pervasive and influential in society, extremism can recover in many variants. Therefore, its comprehensive and effective confrontation must also be undertaken by other means, ideological, educational, etc. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Condoros, not only for this illuminating and clear presentation, but also for being within the time limits. And just a brief comment on that. I think that there is a criterion, rather than a fluid perception of whether things are political or not. The clear criterion to distinguish between the one model and the other, in my mind, is whether the prosecution is for political issues, that is, political programs, political speech, or rather for hardcore, raw criminal acts of common law. If you fall in the second category, then it seems to me that you are within the tolerant model. You cross the line, or you are in the model of militant democracy as long as you start really prosecuting people or threatening for prosecuting people on the basis of ideology. But Greece is so, havoc and, even we change the locus of the, because everything is very open and without limit. So it's rather difficult to become a militant democracy and remain democracy. That's my only comment. Then Professor Pippen. Thank you very much. We're looking forward. On the Naval Academy of the United States, so you came a long trip.
A very long trip. Okay. That's correct. Thank you for having me. My name is Nathan Pippinger. I'm presenting on behalf of myself and my co-author, Mark Fisher from Georgetown University. Our paper is titled Democratic Theory After the Turing Test, 3 Problems. I'm going to talk about 2 of them. The third problem remains to be written about. And we begin from the insight that it's commonly believed, and rightly believed, that artificial intelligence is poised to transform many of the practices of democratic politics, from campaigning to petitioning and deliberating and possibly even to legislating. Our aim in this paper is to outline 3 questions actually that are deeper than that have to do with the way we understand and justify democracy. And so the 3 questions specifically that we want to lay out as a roadmap for contemporary political theorizing is, first, what do deepfakes mean for our understanding of democratic representation? 2, can artificial intelligence enhance or expand the scope of deliberative democracy? And 3, how should we think about the political subjectivity of artificial intelligence technology? And we see these questions as interrelated in the loosely following way. It is likely, if it hasn't already happened, that the rise of deepfake technology is going to seriously undermine or transform permanently the nature of democratic representation. If representative democracy is headed for a fallow period due to deepfakes, there's an obvious case for turning, as a lot of political theorists have long advocated, to more deliberative models of democratic legitimacy. And indeed, there are many political theorists who think that AI is going to enable deliberation at a mass scale, which has historically been taken as the chief limitation of deliberative models of democracy. If that transformation occurs, we think that it is worth noting some newfound tensions or problems that arise from using AI in deliberation that then in turn raise questions about how should we understand its political subjectivity. So to briefly begin with a discussion of deepfakes, as probably you have all seen, deepfakes are everywhere now. They are a quickly evolving technology. Even in the last week or 2, it's now possible to get verbal inputs that create, to my mind, incredibly well professionally looking videos, which is something that was not available on a commercial basis even a month ago. So obviously this is changing quickly. It is likely, if we're not already there, that we're going to get to a point where it becomes almost impossible to attribute statements, even on the basis of audio or visual evidence, to democratic representatives with 100% certainty of their authenticity, in part because the technology will continue to evolve. Some scholars go so far as to think that AI-generated deepfakes could start a war, facilitate a coup, create panic at specific moments, say high political tensions or stress, say just before an election. It is possibly even more likely, though, that rather than witnessing sort of spectacular particular instances of deepfake-induced political chaos, what we're headed for is something more like a generalized breakdown in the epistemic conditions of democratic politics, created by a situation in which it's impossible to know with certainty what is real, given the widespread pervasiveness of what seems to be evidence but is not actually. In fact, there are some scholars who go so far as to argue that believing in audio or visual evidence may actually become epistemically irresponsible, given how far we're going to go in the ease of producing fake evidence. If that's true, this seems to play a major role in undermining the nature of the relationship between democratic citizens and the representatives, at least as it's traditionally understood. So normally, in the literature of representation, following Pickens' classic account, there is a distinction between the delegate and what are called the trustee models of representation, both of which, however, share an idea that whether the representative acts sort of taking inspiration or direction from their constituents, or whether they act, so to speak, on behalf of their constituents, exercising their own best judgment, there is a constitutive relationship based in knowledge of what the representative is doing and regular accountability where the citizens with accurate information about the representative's actions can hold them to account and direct them accordingly. It's very possible that this is going to be strained, if not broken, by the rise of deepfake technology, which leads us to ask whether there are other models of representation that can, so to speak, survive the deepfake challenge. We identified 2. The first is associated with critics like Lisa Dish. Lisa Dish, who argues for what she calls a constructivist model of representation, in which the role of representation is not to discover an antecedent popular will and then enact it, but rather to construct forms of political identification and create political coalitions by mobilizing identity formation, it's very possible that actually if you see representatives as sort of crystallizing or mobilizing popular identities rather than sort of drawing on the antecedently existent set of popular ideas or wills, deepfakes can be very, very useful for that. Artificial intelligence could actually make that work of identity construction by representatives much easier and more efficient. Whether that is a normatively desirable outcome is a very different question. I think what we've seen in the age of social media is that entrepreneurial politicians can be very, very good at mobilizing constituencies around identity formation, but that they usually do so by appealing to antisocial sentiments, fear, hatred, racism, xenophobia, etc. And so this is a possible account of the future representation. It's arguably not a very desirable one. Second account of representation that has been advanced recently by so-called critical realist democratic theorists like Samuel Bagg argues that actually the purpose of representation should be considered in even more minimal terms having to do with electoral democracy. And here the idea is that electoral competition between politicians is essential to democratic politics, not because it realizes a popular will, but rather because the imperative to engage in electoral competition, so to speak, imposes limits on representatives. Representatives who are faced with the knowledge that they may someday be replaced by their opponents have a reason to limit their behavior while in office, which in turn protects citizens. And so here, and this is a school of democratic theory that's very invested in the idea that there is no common will to be discovered. It's very skeptical of, say, Rousseauian conceptions of the general will, and much more attracted to, say, public choice theory or errors of possibility theorem. And the argument is that very minimally, electoral competition prohibits any set of elites from dominating other citizens because of their fear of being replaced in the next election and then punished. Again, this captures something of a possible future for representation, but we argue at a deep normative cost, because if you think about the implications of this theory, it really says that what citizens are empowered and indeed encouraged to do is in effect flip a coin and replace one set of elites with another, which not only hollows out anything that is particularly democratic about this kind of representation, but also arguably fails to actually solve the problem of elite capture. It just merely says, well, we're choosing between these two different sets of elites rather than a set of elites and then, say, a set of popular representatives. And so, if deepfakes are likely to undermine representation as it's currently practiced, and if at least the existing alternative models of representation that don't take a kind of factual accountability relationship as the characteristic feature of constituency representative relationships, maybe this is a reason to sort of finally move beyond representative democracy in favor of far more deliberative and participatory models, as a number of democratic theorists have been advocating for quite a long time now. There's some optimism among some deliberative theorists, notably people like Elaine Landemore, that AI could solve what is commonly thought to be a class of tension in deliberative theory, right? So deliberative democratic theorists believe that it's not merely enough to have majority rule to make a democratic decision. Rather, democratic decisions have to be preceded by sort of robust processes of conversation through which people's minds are changed, perspectives are transformed, and on and on. The problem with that is it's very, very hard to scale these processes up. This room is probably about as big as a robust democratic deliberation can be. If you tried to include everyone in the city, or everyone in the region, or everyone in the country, it would clearly become impossible to have this kind of conversation. Therefore, enter AI. Landemore's suggestion is that AI could create something new that we've never seen before. Mass deliberation, something that is both a robust conversation and a fully inclusive one that includes thousands or even millions of people. The idea here is that AI offers incredible efficiency gains, that we could hold, she uses the French sort of grand national debate as an example here, a series of smaller deliberations, the sort of conclusions of which are aggregated by artificial intelligence, the opinions of which are clustered and facilitated to create, in effect, deliberation on the scale of the whole country. And so, AI here would have a number of roles. Some of them would be very technical in nature. AI could be used as a real-time translator. AI could be used as a real-time fact-checker. But AI could also be used, importantly, according to Landemore, as a facilitator. That is to say, a real-time moderator of the conversation who doesn't allow inappropriate things to be said or doesn't allow any single party to dominate the room. AI could also be used, according to Landemore again, as a cluster. That is, as a technology by which we could take similar points of view in the room and create, in effect, a real-time snapshot of the evolving sort of sense of the community that then would get filtered into larger form deliberations. And I want to make two arguments about these proposed roles for AI, both the facilitation role and the clustering role, which is that I think they depend in deep ways on what are historically, socially, culturally contingent judgments about what effective facilitation and what sort of accurate clustering would look like. So with respect to AI's proposed facilitation role, Landemore seems to take it as unproblematic that artificial intelligence could in fact be trained to help us have better conversations where everyone gets to be heard, everyone is treated with respect, and sort of inappropriate modes of communication are blocked out. However, there's a very, very old and familiar debate in democratic theory about what counts as proper deliberation. And going back to at least Iris Marion Young, a lot of critics of deliberative democracy have worried that it privileges elite forms of communication, that its emphasis on, say, rationality over emotion, that its emphasis on politeness actually has the mode of excluding important voices and perspectives and modes of critique or modes of conversation from democratic politics. And so the role of facilitation is not a straightforwardly technical one. It actually involves sort of culturally specific and contingent judgments about what counts sort of as effective conversation. Similarly, with respect to clustering, we could argue that clustering similar ideas is a very simple process that would say group proposals by their affinities with one another conceptually. But I, again, think that that's a more challenging proposition than it might look at first. And so, for instance, if we were to imagine a hypothetical deliberation about something like immigration policy, right? And you can imagine some people favoring restrictions on immigration because they're racist. You can imagine other people favoring restrictions on immigration because they fear that large numbers of migrants might be socially or politically marginalized if the circumstances in the country don't allow for rapid naturalization. And they would say, well, on egalitarian grounds, rather than in fact importing a class of subordinate laborers, I would prefer restricting migration in order to avoid introducing new hierarchies into our society. Now, if you were to cluster these ideas by their affinities with each other, they would overlap in important ways, i.e. they both reach the same policy conclusion. However, they reach them by very, very different means and on the basis of very different reasons. And so the question isn't, could AI cluster these ideas on the basis of either their underlying values and logic or the conclusions they reach? Obviously it could. The question is it important that there be a human behind this process? Is it adequate for us, so to speak, to lead this clustering process to a machine? And so what these problems suggest is that AI's use in deliberative politics introduces a tension that is actually new in deliberation, right? So the familiar tension in deliberation is, as deliberation gets bigger, it gets less robust. AI introduces a new tension, whereby as deliberation becomes more inclusive, it actually becomes less accountable. Because if you achieve greater deliberative inclusivity through the use of artificial intelligence, what is doing these roles of things like clustering and facilitating is not a human agent who can explain its reasoning process and be held accountable for it, for things like intellectual good faith, evidentiary standards, consistency over time, underlying moral beliefs. In fact, what is behind it is a machine process which we don't understand very well, right? So in research on LLMs, this is known as the black box problem, which is that we understand in a very, very broad way how LLMs categorize in order to produce outputs. But in the case of unwanted outputs or sort of surprising outputs, it's very difficult to retrospectively reconstruct the process through which they were generated. Now, some researchers have argued that the black box problem in artificial intelligence is actually not any worse than the black box problem we have understanding the human brain. The human brain is also notoriously complex. It's very difficult to understand how people come to decisions. There's a school of psychology that says what appear to be rational decisions are in fact just impulses of the human brain that we can't explain. You trust your brain all the time, you trust the brains of other people, you don't know how your own brain works, and yet you use it every day. And so is artificial intelligence in fact any different? We think it is. And in fact, the reason we think it's different is because the whole normative architecture of deliberative democratic theory rejects this kind of psychological, biological determinism. It says that in principle, it is possible for human reason givers in a process of debate to explain their thought process to one another, and in fact to be held accountable to one another for the kinds of thought process they engage in when they reach political conclusions, that these can be transformed and changed on the basis of better and worse reasons. Now, it may turn out that that's a fiction. We don't think it is a fiction, but it's at least a kind of useful normative yardstick for thinking about what the purpose of democratic deliberation is. It's not possible to do that with AI because there is no human agent that stands behind it. Now, that might not strike us as a problem if we think the purpose of democratic deliberation just is to generate the best reasons, independently of the people who hold them. But if we think that the purpose of democratic deliberation is actually to instantiate a certain kind of respect for the moral senses of persons, on the basis of reasons that they find valid, by their lights and from their point of view, this is arguably a much more problematic use of the technology. And so, without taking a position on whether AI should be used in democratic deliberation, we just want to note that it does introduce this new tension where we are potentially sacrificing an important form of intersubjective democratic accountability if we use AI to enhance the inclusivity of deliberation. Now, obviously, at a certain point, the use of AI in deliberation starts to look, as the technology enhances itself, more and more like participation in reason-giving with another human actor. We're not going to take a stance on this paper on the kind of ontological question of what artificial intelligence is, but we will note that one of the oldest definitions of what it means to have a political dimension is logos, is speech. And it's it's increasingly difficult to maintain that what artificial intelligence does is not something a bit like participation in a speech community. And if that's true, we need to think seriously about what the political subjectivity of AI is, not only for legal reasons, but for more kind of social and political ones as well. So those are our three questions that we don't have answers for, but we hope provide something of a roadmap for the terrain of thinking about artificial intelligence and democratic theory. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Pinker, for this very rich speech. And just one short comment that democratic politics on the basis of identity call people to identify and not to judge. And therefore, I wonder whether this is rather than in democracy upon majoritarianism. This is a question that it's something that we all of us think and experience. Now, I will ask another speaker, is Professor Papadopoulos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, I have been introduced formally this morning, so I will skip all that. I have to warn you that this is a historical and kind of also philosophical paper, unfortunately. I will be talking about two uses of tyrannicide, the clash between them, and the role that I think they historically play in the foundation of modern democracies and rule of law. Now, the most fundamental problem of political and legal philosophies has always been, undoubtedly, political legitimacy of state authority. That's the most basic problem. And the primitive doctrine of the church, as was expressed by St. Paul, is that all authority is established and willed by God himself. Therefore, the duty of obedience finds its foundation in the divine institution of authority. And no pretext can legitimize resistance to established secular institutions. In this regard, we can talk about a theology of order. Yet, already by the time of St. Augustine, some centuries afterwards, obedience was due to the princes of this world, yes, but it was up to them, princes, to respect justice, without which they would only be tyrants. Thus the church did not, of course, openly break with the teaching of St. Paul, as has been sacredness of authority, but it nevertheless introduced a justification for those who claim a right to resist oppression. Little by little, an aggressive position of the Vatican, the Pope, asserted itself in the Middle Ages. From the 8th century onwards, it became clear that the right to resist oppression was only a consequence of the rivalry between Rome and the secular princes of that time. The papacy considered itself superior to secular authorities in that it could control their conduct, and if their conduct revealed a breach of the laws, as interpreted by the Pope, of course, the Pope could release their subjects, the princes, from the duty of obedience. At that time, the sense of a relative, let's call it obligation of obedience to the kings, was established, the extent of which depended on the manner in which the kings carried out their duties. As long as the popes, for several centuries actually, did not renounce their secular ambitions, claims, they continued to use more or less directly the advantages that the recognition of the right to resistance to the oppression of tyrants could provide them. The foremost advantage being, of course, the right of the church to destitute, to depose those kings that betray their mission, so that the duty of obedience of their subjects towards these kings ceases. Now, the first medieval treatise on the question of tyrannicide, which was published in the context of clashes, severe clashes between spiritual and secular power, was John of Salisbury's Polycriticus in 1159. Salisbury's reasoning was simple. Just as the good king is the image of God, the tyrant, bad king, is that of Lucifer. From then on, fighting the tyrant became a necessity because the tyrant destroys the laws and reduces the people to slavery. So Polycriticus is the first openly and clearly tyrannicidal manifesto, and is part of the defense of the rights of the papacy, since the Pope is there to determine when the king becomes the tyrant. The Catholic Church promoted the supremacy of the pontifical power vis-a-vis the secular power of kings through the theory of the two swords, thus the title of my paper. Both swords, both the spiritual and the secular one, are in the power of the church, according to this theory, of course. However, one sword must be subordinate to the other. Secular authority must be subordinate to spiritual power. In that context, in the treatise De Guerfis et Geberinis, 1355, by Bartolo de Sassoferato, analyzed this right of resistance. He said a fundamental distinction was made there between the so-called usurpation tyrant, the tyrannus aborigine, the one who has seized power legitimately, most often by force, and the tyrant in exercise, the tyrannus de exercitio, who does not promote the common good but his own. Killing usurpation tyrants, the completely illegitimate tyrants, was deemed just and listed. For the tyrants in exercise, the penalties should remain proportionate, but in any case, the authority of the Pope needed to determine each single case. Now, thus, after the 13th century, the destitution of kings by the church tended to increase. One of the most famous cases was the promulgation in 1570 of the papal bull against Elizabeth, the heretic queen of England, by Pope Pius V. This excommunication was an invitation to disobedience and insurrection by English Catholics against the queen, supposed to be a usurpation tyrant, in the name of the superiority of the Pope over the kingdoms, therefore over all kings and queens. Heretical or disobedient sovereigns were directly threatened, such as this case, since they placed themselves, I quote, outside the bonds of mutual love and could therefore be nothing else than exterminated. By the words of the papal bull, I read, we declare in the full force of apostolic power, said Elizabeth a heretic and accomplice of heretics. We pronounce the sentence of anathema against those who follow her. So the Catholics of the kingdom, English kingdom, were therefore invited to resist against the queen. Getting rid of the usurper, queen, became a Christian duty. This use of Catholic doctrine, the Catholic doctrine of lawful tyrannicide, obviously placed English Catholics in a, I would say, impossible position, because if they were recalcitrant to the Pope, they too would be excommunicated, and if they were obedient to the Pope, they would be hanged by English authorities. Kind of uncomfortable. position. Now, another famous case, I love this case, was the anathema and banishment of William of Orange, Prince of the provinces of the Netherlands, by Philip, that guy, King of Spain in the 16th century. At that time, Spain still ruled over the Netherlands, who had nonetheless established freedom of conscience and religious tolerance. Following a decision by Cardinal de Granville in 1580, the Catholic authorities banned William from the empire, so anyone could henceforth assassinate the prince without further ado, which in fact eventually happened and made a Dutch national hero out of William. His Spanish Majesty, no doubt thinking about a tyranny of usurpation, issued a real appeal for murder and put a price on William's head with words, I quote, "It is appropriate to deliver our people from this tyranny and oppression," end quote. This act was a true tyrannicidal proclamation in line with Catholic doctrine, according to which saving Christian souls justify the murder of tyrants, and any ruler who is proclaimed heretic by the church authorities is, of course, by definition, a tyrant. Now, the assassination of kings, such as the French king Henri Henry III in France in 1589, on the basis of this theory, this justification of tyrannicide by the Roman canonists, largely contributed to the weakening of the monarchy and caused a real tyrannicidal atmosphere, a wave of tyrannicide in Europe. The role of the Jesuits, now come our friends the Jesuits, in this wave of regicide was crucial. According to the doctrinaires of the Company of Jesus, a king only really becomes king after papal absolution. Otherwise, he is, yes, a tyrant that good Catholics are permitted to kill. In this way, papal authority was proclaimed as absolute and unshakable in an effort to instrumentalize the notion of tyrannicide for the purposes of establishing or re-establishing a true Roman theocracy. The Jesuit theologian Mariana, famous one, in his book De Rege Regis Institutione, 1599, took up the classic categories of distinguishing the king from the tyrant, and supported the limitation of royal sovereignty because the true authority resides in the republic and not in the person of the king. Princes must be controlled in the exercises of their power, but bishops seem particularly suited to fulfilling this end of controlling princes. Thus the church would exercise, in addition to spiritual magistracy, a good part of secular magistracy as well. And the Jesuit Francisco Suarez, in his book Defensio Fidei, 1613, reaffirmed through natural law and reasoning the defense of tyrannicide. His argument was that the institution of kings is human. There's nothing natural about being subject to someone else in nature. So therefore kings derive their power from the people who gave it to them. Certainly one should not kill on one's own initiative a king who has become a heretic and who slips to the status of a simple individual again if he persists in retaining power. The destitution of the tyrant is nevertheless a natural and legitimate right. But who can determine clerisy if not, you guessed, the church? In reality, the right of the people to destitute a king who has become tyrannical because he has been violating the word of God falls entirely into the hands of the Pope. Now, the reaction against this, I might say, opportunistic manipulation of the notion of tyrannicide, in brackets, by the Jesuits, did not take long to appear. The school of Gallicanism rose against the medieval papal doctrine by refuting tyrannicide in all circumstances. In the logic of the Council of Constance of 1413, Gallicanism strongly contributed to the establishment of modern monarchy, the divine right, absolute monarchy like Louis XIV in France, which believes that ecclesiastical power must be confined exclusively to the spiritual sphere and must follow and fully obey the secular monarchical power. This represents an inversion of Jesuit logic, of course, according to which it is the kings who must be at the service of ecclesiastical power. For Gallican royal court doctrinaires like the famous Bossuet in France, the state must control the church, not the other way around. Papal excommunication produces purely spiritual, not secular effects, and above all, it cannot be launched ever against the sovereign or disturb the public order. The 18th century marked the decline of tyrannicide after the rise of Gallicanism, until, of course, the short terror era under the Jacobins of Robespierre, but that's another story. So that's the first edge of the sword in this paper's title, the Roman Catholic doctrine backed by the, I might say, formidable intellectual power of the Jesuits. This doctrine used the natural right of tyrannicide through excommunication by the Pope so as for religion and the spiritual authority of the Church and the Pope to overcome the force of secular sovereigns in the struggle between them for power. The second edge of the sword came as a dialectical product of the first, as a Protestant reaction to the Catholic use of tyrannicide. So the first Protestants, the 16th century Protestants, were very hesitant to recognize any natural law of resistance to oppression and were hostile vis-a-vis tyrannicide. They inherited the mindset of Gallicanism. The Protestant reaction against the theocratic use of tyrannicide in the hands of a relentless Catholic power apparatus largely came after, of course, the enormous shock of the Saint Bartholomew massacre of French Huguenots, the French Protestants, in 1572. That is the point in time when the term monarch mass was invented. Surprisingly enough, given the virulence and diffuse religious hatred of those times, the Protestant reaction was very moderate and eventually paved the way for modern democracy and the rule of law. Among the Protestants who denounced the massacre on the orders of the tyrant, French tyrant Charles IX, the eminent Protestant jurist, who's now not so famous, fortunately, François Ottoman, a refugee in Geneva, laid the foundations for this approach with his book Franco-Belga, that was translated into French in 1574. Ottoman positioned himself in favor of a moderate monarchy, in which sovereignty would be shared between the king and the States General, the États Généraux, which is, as we might know, a sort of primitive parliament composed of representatives of the three orders of pre-revolutionary societies. So for Ottoman, the best government is a mixed regime where monarchical, aristocratic, and democratic elements coexist. In this framework, a tyrant can legitimately be overthrown when he betrays the fundamental values of this mixed regime. And the successor of Jean Calvin, famous Calvin, Theodore of Beza, in his book De Jure Magistratum, 1574, took position in favor of himself also conditional obedience to the king. When the king becomes idolatrous by asking people to worship him, he has already become, of course, a tyrant, and we must not obey a tyrant. But is it permissible to resist a tyrant's oppression or even kill him? No, not to a simple individual on his own initiative. Beza recognized the right to resist tyranny on the condition that the secondary authorities, that is to say the lower magistrates, who are considered by him to be closer to the people, approve it. Under these conditions, even tyrannicide is justifiable when we are dealing with a usurpation tyrant. So the model followed by the Protestant monarchs is that of a king elected by the magistrates, in other words, the nobles of the time, and limited in his sovereign powers. The only legitimate use of tyrannicide is a full-blown trial by magistrates who would pronounce the king guilty of sedition, which means betrayal of the fundamental terms of religious tolerance and peaceful social coexistence. So in this Protestant line of thought, which I have called the second edge of the sword, there can be no tyrannicide authorized by popular initiative or by extraordinary vocation, in other words, a religious fanatic taking matters in his own bloody hands, as had happened many times before under the instigation of Jesuits. Probably the greatest book in this tradition is the famous pamphlet, which in my sense is kind of secular Bible, Vindicie contra Tyrannus, in which was translated in French in 1581, and in which, the main thesis is that there is a pact of reciprocity between the king and the magistrates, in other words, the delegates of the people. If the king violates this pact, the people can break it as well. In such case, if we're dealing with a usurpation tyrant, tyrannicide is open to the people directly, which obviously is quite radical. But if we're dealing with a tyrant in exercise, tyrannicide is authorized only if the monarch is designated as a tyrant by the magistrates following a proper trial. So summarily, the Protestant monarchical acts were in favor of a shared and mixed sovereignty. This came as the outcome of a long tradition stemming from the life of autonomous cities and communities with their municipal privileges. Some of the most renowned such communities were, of course, the communities of the Netherlands. In a famous text written by our old friend Prince William of Orange, in his defense against the banishment and call for extermination issued against him by the Spanish King Philip, William wrote that the only legitimacy that that should be accepted by the people is the one provided by the mutual respect of the contract, the pact passed between the monarch and the States General, with the sole judge of this respect being the delegates seated in the States General. Thus the way opened for a modern constitutional monarchy and for representative democracy. A political model whereby the consent of the representatives is needed to raise army, to levy taxes, and whereby the aim of the polity is the preservation of the freedoms, rights, and privileges of the representative. So this political and constitutional theory inexorably leads to the conclusion that a tyrant should not be obeyed when he transgresses God's law or the contract with his people. William of Orange's device was, I shall maintain the solemn promise given to the delegates of the Dutch provinces to maintain their rights and freedoms against any tyrannical deviation, and it became the motto of the nation's republic, Netherlands Republic, in its Act of Independence of 26 July 1581. So in the Protestant monarchal thought, the king becomes a tyrant if he does not behave himself as a father and pastor of his people. In case the monarch breaches the government pact with the people by disrespecting their rights, the people retain the sovereign power to destitute him and overthrow the government. This is exactly what John Locke wrote several years afterwards. The king is only the depository and trustee of sovereignty because the real owner of sovereignty is of course the people. The king, therefore, the king's power are and always should be limited, and the threat of destitution and ultimately of the people's resistance to oppression always serves as a deterrent against possible tyrannical deviation. If I may say so, this is the exact point of Article 120 in our Greek Constitution. In the Protestant conception, there are neither appeals to tyrannicide, which was in fact, as we saw, a raw murder, assassination of a king and subordinate to the Pope's will, nor extraordinary vocation inclining religious fanatics towards the monarch's assassination. The States General, the Parliament, were considered as the intermediate political entity, moderating and regulating through legal means the possible friction between the king and the people. And ultimately, I conclude, both approaches, both the Catholic and the Protestant one, to resistance to oppression and tyrannicide, were in search of legitimacy, because, of course, the exercise of violence must somehow be justified. That's the basic thing about legitimacy. It tries to justify violence. But the two approaches differ radically, including that, in the very conception of legitimacy. There are two different conceptions of legitimacy. The papal/Jesuit approach to legitimacy understands legitimacy in a univocal and monolithic way as a theocratic chain of command top down from the representative of Christ on earth, meaning of course the Pope, down to the very last officer. Whereas the Protestant approach, on the other hand, relies on the intermediate magistrates or States General to justify a revolt against the monarch that has turned to tyrant, and to determine the appropriate degree of the revolt against him according to criteria of necessity, utility, proportionality. This approach ultimately leads to a kind of, I might say, variable legitimacy which varies according to men, to time, place, and circumstance. A kind of legitimacy that is, after all, democratic and not theocratic. Thank you.
Professor Papadopoulos, in this very fascinating presentation, brought up marvelously something which is, I think, very important, and we don't really know, we lack this knowledge in this country. And this is how rich was the political landscape of the pre-modern world, of the pre-democratic world. And this is something that we do not know due both to our political and institutional history and to our intellectual history. But it is extremely important to take it into account in thinking how views about the appropriate way of being, for example, a political leader is, and what it means to be a political leader. And we suffer because of this lack of knowledge and this lack of collective sense, experience, and understanding. Anyway, we have just about 7 minutes for discussion and questions, and please, you have the floor, and it's open to for your comments and questions.
Yeah, okay, so I would like to ask Professor Modoros on something. Because you mentioned Golden Dawn, which I can say it's a very dark part of our political history. So, due to the obvious rise of alt-right, we're now in Greece with the political parties of Niki and Spartiatis. And even the latest criticism that the European Union has made towards the country's state of law. Could you please say a few words about the present state of Greek democracy?
Just a few words. Should I answer now?
Yes.
Okay. Well, obviously I cannot translate into words. But I don't know if this answer will suit you, but I think that we have to make a clear distinction between what we may characterize as extremist parties, such as Golden Dawn, in the way I tried to define it, and let's say radical right parties, such as Niki. I'm not sure about Spartans. This is a big question, of course. But I mean, there is a danger if we say that all far-right parties are imminent danger to democracy and approach them as enemies that should be, I don't know, deal in an extraordinary manner, whatever that means, then we are faced with a very actual problem, which is that those parties become more and more popular. And this is something that is true in Greece, but it is also true in many other countries, particularly in Europe, as we all know. So I would rather draw a line between those two, in the sense that the radical right parties, of course, they are not fully democratic, in the sense that they obviously are against not democracy as such, but more of the, let's say, the liberal dimension of democracy. I mean, they are certainly against the rule of law, against minority rights and things like that. But, and this is a big but, they don't employ violent means in order to promote their cause. And therefore, we should try to respond to their challenge, not by persecuting them, not by taking unusual action, extraordinary action against them, but rather fighting, let's say, in the ideology arena, the ideological arena. But when the question comes to an extremist party, then I think that we should be even a bit militant, and perhaps not fully militant, but yes, we should try to respond to violence. But in any case, it is, and I conclude with that, I think that the best answer to all of this phenomena is for the main democratic parties to try to find new ways to represent society and try to solve problems in order not to leave space for such parties to question even the democratic institutions themselves.
Thank you very much. One more question.
Apart from the bloodshed, of course. Apart from the whole bloodshed.
Yes, I mean, and today, can we find examples in today's present situation? I mean, for example, you were presenting this article and I was thinking about Trump, for example. I mean, how can we find, I mean, it's not an example, of course, he's elected through the US majority of the US population. I mean, but I mean, he was, and let's see, but
well, Trump, I don't think Trump is a very good example here. But if we take the first measure toward the instrumentalization of the notion of tyrannicide, the appeal to murder, actually, by the Catholic machinery, Jesuit machinery, I would say that the purest analogy in my mind is Islamic fundamentalism right now. That's what they actually do. They have really copy-pasted the whole thing, which is not very nice. But you know, the West has given knowledge to other, you know, civilizations in the world, which is not always beneficial. And if we take the other part, the Protestant part, we had actually this discussion this morning with Professor Crisopova, keynote speech, because there I found something interesting. It is the notion of polyarchy, you know, the mixed regime, where you have several layers of authority that have to cooperate so as to get things done, you know, so as to produce government decisions. And of course, the separation of powers, Montesquieu, and all these people came afterwards, John Locke. They were already there for centuries. That's what I tried to, you know, that's what Professor Tsoukas also mentioned. That these things were not, didn't come out from the sky. Now, I think this is really very important and always very, I would say, actual and vivid in terms of, you know, where we want to go with European integration. Of course, I'm into European policies myself, so I'm not disinterested. But I think that we have many lessons to draw from these notions that were going on in the Netherlands, for example, in the 16th and 17th century, because they all imply a different notion of sovereignty. When we think about sovereignty, we mostly think about something monolithic, sort of block. No, there's another tradition of sovereignty which is really embedded in the history of Europe, as I tried to show, which is a pluralistic sovereignty, mixed regime. And I think that we can only gain by, you know, using this kind of model. It's historical model. It has happened in Europe. And it can also show us the way forward, because we're facing many problems in Europe and European integration and, you know, where we're going. I think that that's a safe path for us. It's something that inspires me, at least, as a Europeanist. Yeah, so that's my answer.
I would add that me being a constitutionalist, I am against the idea of the constitutionalist as experienced in the European nation state as the concept of the embodiment of the nation. I mean, we don't need that tradition of constitutionalism, of statism and sovereignty and the stuff like that, but this is another story. Shall we take one more question? One more question? Okay, then we can feel in good conscience that we didn't suppress anybody from talking, and therefore thank you very much. That's all the speakers.